Hey there, Night Wanderers! Today's topic comes from one of our viewers, Cloudy Angel. Thanks for the suggestion. A teenage German girl with no money, no army, and no real reason to be taken seriously walks into the most dangerous court in Europe. And 30 years later, she's running the whole continent. No, this isn't a Netflix drama. This actually happened. Tonight we're talking about Catherine the Great, the woman who rewrote the rules of power in an empire that barely believed women had rules to rewrite. And I promise you, the real story is wilder, smarter, and messier than anything you learned in school. Before we dive in, drop a comment right now. Where are you watching from, and what time is it there? I love knowing who's up with me on nights like this. Get comfortable because we've got an empire to build. Let's go. Picture the year 1744. Europe is a chessboard, and most of the pieces are men in powdered wigs making very confident decisions about the fate of millions of people they will never meet. The continent is carved into kingdoms, principalities, duchies, and assorted patches of territory whose borders shift roughly every decade depending on who recently won a war or whose cousin married whose niece. It is, to put it diplomatically, a complicated time to be alive. And somewhere in the middle of all this, not in Paris, not in Vienna, not in any of the grand capitals where history tends to make its official announcements, a 14-year-old girl named Sophia is sitting in a rather modest court in a rather modest German state, reading a letter that will change the rest of her life in ways she cannot yet fully imagine. Sophia Augusta Friederike of Anhalt-Zerbst. Even the name sounds like someone read a list of German place names and combined them at random. The Principality of Anhalt-Zerbst was, to be blunt about it, not exactly the epicenter of European power. It was small, it was provincial. Its army, if you could call it that, was more of a suggestion than a military force. Sophia's father, Christian August, was a loyal and fairly unremarkable Prussian general who governed his little corner of the world with steady, unspectacular competence. Her mother, Johanna Elizabeth, was a different story. Ambitious, socially sharp, perpetually frustrated by the gap between her aristocratic connections and her actual circumstances, and absolutely convinced that her daughter's face was a ticket to somewhere better. She was not entirely wrong about that last part, though the destination turned out to be considerably farther east than she probably envisioned. Sophia grew up in a world of minor nobility, which is perhaps the most psychologically interesting social position in all of European history. You have enough status to understand how the upper levels of the game are played. You attend the right events, you correspond with the right people, you know the correct way to curtsy and the correct topics to avoid at dinner. But you don't have the resources, the territory, or the military backing to actually play at the highest table. You are essentially permanently watching from the mezzanine. For a girl of ordinary ambition, this was simply life. For Sophia, it appears to have functioned as a kind of fuel, a constant quiet awareness of what she didn't have that sharpened her attention to what she might one day acquire. The letter that arrived at the Anhalt-Zerbst court in early 1744 came from Empress Elizabeth of Russia. Specifically, it was an invitation for Sophia and her mother to travel to the Russian court, so that the young princess could be considered as a bride for Elizabeth's nephew and chosen heir, the Grand Duke Peter. This was, by any reasonable measure, an extraordinary piece of mail to receive. Russia under Elizabeth was one of the great powers of Europe, vast almost beyond comprehension, a country that stretched from the Baltic to the Pacific, that contained within its borders more languages, climates, and landscapes than most Europeans could name, and that was, despite occasional attempts by foreign observers to dismiss it as a barbaric backwater, increasingly impossible to ignore on the international stage. An invitation from Elizabeth was not the kind of thing you declined. Sophia's mother began packing immediately. Sophia, presumably, began reading everything she could find about Russia, a habit she would never entirely abandon for the rest of her life. What is worth pausing on before we follow Sophia east into the snow and the politics is how improbable this moment actually was. The marriage market for minor German princesses in the 18th century operated on a fairly predictable logic. You were essentially a commodity, and not a particularly scarce one, since German-speaking Europe had produced minor noble families with remarkable efficiency for centuries. What you had to offer was your bloodline, your connections, your religious affiliation, and, let's be honest, your appearance. What you could realistically hope for was a respectable match somewhere in the general orbit of European royalty. Not a throne of your own, certainly, but perhaps proximity to one. The idea that a girl from Anhalt-Zerbst, without a significant dowry, without a powerful father, and without any particular military or political leverage behind her family's name, might one day rule the largest country on earth would have struck. Most people in 1744 as the kind of fantasy you kept to yourself. And yet, there is something genuinely remarkable about the fact that Sophia's apparent disadvantages, the lack of resources, the absence of a powerful patron, the very insignificance of her origins, turned out to be part of what made her dangerous. A princess from a major German house would have arrived in Russia with her own firmly established identity, her own political loyalties, her own network of relatives who expected things from her. She would have been someone else's piece on the board. Sophia arrived with almost none of that baggage. She was, in a sense, unwritten, and she understood with a clarity that was remarkable for a 14-year-old that this was an opportunity rather than a limitation. The absence of a predetermined identity meant she could construct one from scratch, and she was about to do exactly that, with a thoroughness and a commitment that would have impressed a method actor. Before we get to the transformation, though, we need to understand what she was walking into, because Russia in 1744 was not a country you could understand simply by reading about it from a comfortable distance in a warm room in Central Europe. It was something else entirely. Let's talk about the Russia that existed before Catherine arrived, because understanding where she landed is essential to understanding what she eventually did with it. The Russian Empire in the early 18th century was, by almost any metric, one of the most extraordinary political experiments in human history. Peter the Great, Catherine's most celebrated predecessor, the giant of Russian history in both the literal and figurative sense, had spent the first quarter of the century dragging the country through a forced modernization that was equal parts brilliant and brutal. He had built a new capital city from nothing in the middle of a swamp, which is either a testament to human ambition or a case study in expensive stubbornness, depending on your perspective. He had reorganized the army, created a navy almost from scratch, reformed the administrative structure, mandated Western dress at court, and generally insisted that Russia would join Europe whether Europe liked it or not. Peter died in 1725, having genuinely transformed the country. He also died without clearly designating a successor, which turned out to be a rather significant oversight. What followed was roughly 2 decades of what historians sometimes delicately call political instability, and what was, in practice, a rolling series of coups, counter-coups, sudden deaths, and throne changes that would have given a modern political scientist a nervous breakdown. Between Peter's death in 1725 and the beginning of Elizabeth's reign in 1741, Russia went through 6 different rulers, 6 in 16 years. Some of them lasted a matter of months. One of them, and this is where the story gets genuinely strange, was an infant. Ivan VI was proclaimed Emperor of Russia in October 1740 at the age of 2 months. 2 months old. He had not yet developed the motor skills to sit upright unassisted, had certainly not developed any opinions about foreign policy, and was presumably unaware that he had been placed at the apex of one of the largest governments on earth. His mother, Anna Leopoldovna, served as regent, which meant that the actual business of running the empire fell to whoever could successfully navigate the court factions surrounding the baby monarch. Ivan's reign lasted approximately 13 months before it was ended by a coup led by Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great, who arrived at the barracks of the Preobrazhensky Guards Regiment in the middle of the night and asked them, with the quiet confidence of someone who already knew the answer, whether they would like to follow her. They said yes. They usually said yes to things like that. The Guards, as it turned out, were a more reliable political institution than the formal line of succession. Ivan VI was deposed, imprisoned, and shuffled through a series of increasingly secure and increasingly bleak fortresses for the next 23 years, until he was killed during a botched rescue attempt in 1764. He spent most of his conscious life in solitary confinement, having been placed on a throne before he could walk and removed from it before he learned to talk. If you were looking for a symbol of just how casually and comprehensively the Russian throne could destroy a human life, you would be hard-pressed to find a more efficient example. He was, one might observe, the world's least successful 2-month-old executive. The point of this detour into infant emperors and nighttime coups is not simply that Russian politics were chaotic, though they were, spectacularly and consistently. The deeper point is about the nature of power in 18th century Russia, and specifically about where that power actually resided. The formal structures existed, of course. There were ministries, councils, legal codes, administrative hierarchies, and elaborate court ceremonies that followed established protocols with great precision. But the real, functional power, the kind that determined who woke up tomorrow as an emperor and who woke up in a cell, lived in the relationship between the monarch and the military, and specifically between the throne and the guards' regiments. Stationed in the capital, the guards were, on paper, elite military units of the Russian Imperial Army, founded by Peter the Great and given ceremonial and protective functions at court. In practice, by the middle of the 18th century, they had become something closer to the ultimate political arbiters of the empire. They were the mechanism through which succession was either confirmed or overturned. They were the force that Elizabeth had used to depose Ivan VI and install herself. They were the force that various other factions had used or attempted to use throughout the chaotic succession crises of the post-Petrine decades. Whoever commanded the loyalty of the guards commanded, in the most practical sense, Russia. The rest was paperwork. This was not a secret. It was understood by everyone who paid attention to how Russian politics actually functioned. The nobles understood it. The foreign ambassadors understood it and wrote long, carefully worded dispatches about it back to their respective governments. Elizabeth understood it, which is why she had gone to the barracks herself rather than sending a representative. And Sophia, arriving in 1744 and beginning her education in the reality of Russian power, would come to understand it with particular thoroughness. So thoroughly, in fact, that nearly 20 years later, she would put that understanding to decisive use. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to the court that Sophia was entering. Elizabeth's court was, by the standards of mid-18th century Europe, genuinely impressive and genuinely peculiar in roughly equal measure. Elizabeth herself was a fascinating figure. Educated, politically shrewd, prone to wild swings between religious devotion and raucous festivity, reportedly in possession of more than 15,000 dresses at the time of her death, which works out to roughly one new dress every day for 40 years, which even accounting for repetition seemed like a lot. She had seized power through a decisive midnight coup and governed with a combination of personal charisma and strategic political intelligence that kept the empire more or less stable through 2 decades of European warfare and diplomatic manoeuvring. She was also, in an endearing way, deeply suspicious of the complicated intellectual currents running through Western Europe at the time. She had no particular enthusiasm for the philosophical experiments of the French Enlightenment, preferring a somewhat more traditional approach to the relationship between God, the monarch, and the general population. The court she presided over was a place of extraordinary theatrical complexity. Rank and precedence were matters of consuming importance. The right to stand in certain positions in certain ceremonies, the correct form of address for various grades of nobility, the precise sequence in which people entered and exited rooms. These things were not trivial social niceties, but actual. Political data, signals about who was rising and who was falling, and what the Empress currently thought about the relative standing of various factions. For someone new to the court, the learning curve was approximately vertical. You needed to understand not just the rules, but the exceptions to the rules, and the exceptions to the exceptions, and the specific individuals for whom the standard rules did not apply because of their particular relationship with Elizabeth, and the subterranean networks of debt, favour, grudge, and loyalty that connected everyone to everyone else in ways that were never written down and never formally acknowledged. For a foreign girl arriving with her ambitious mother and limited Russian vocabulary, this environment was simultaneously overwhelming and illuminating. Most people in Sophia's position would have retreated into a comfortable bubble of other European expatriates at court, corresponding in French, socializing with people from familiar backgrounds, maintaining their original identity as a kind of psychological fortress against the strangeness around them. Many foreign princesses who married into European royal families did exactly this, spending decades in their adopted countries while remaining fundamentally tourists. It was understandable. It was also, Sophia rapidly concluded, a catastrophic strategic error. She chose a different path entirely. She decided, with a seriousness of purpose that apparently alarmed some of the people around her, to become Russian, or at least to become Russian enough that Russia would accept her as its own. The Russian language was the first project. It is, to put it kindly, not a simple acquisition for a native German speaker. The grammar operates according to principles that have very little in common with anything a young European girl of the 1740s would have studied. The vocabulary is vast and strange. The writing system is an entirely different alphabet. The sounds include consonant combinations that German simply does not prepare you for. Sophia threw herself at it with an intensity that reportedly impressed even her tutors, practicing through the night to the point where she made herself ill, which incidentally was not purely a consequence of academic enthusiasm. The saint. Petersburg winter of 1744 was not forgiving. The rooms in the palace were draughty in ways that a German court girl was not accustomed to, and the combined stress of studying Russian grammar in an unheated room at 3 a.m. was, predictably, not great for her health. She developed a serious lung condition and nearly died before she'd been in Russia for more than a few months. This, improbably, turned out to be good politics. While Sophia was feverish and genuinely at risk, her mother, never the most emotionally astute person in any given room, reportedly pushed to call in a German physician and to have Sophia receive the Lutheran last rites according to her original faith. Sophia refused and specifically requested an Orthodox priest instead. She had not yet formally converted to Orthodoxy. She had been in Russia for a matter of weeks. But she had grasped something that her mother apparently had not, that the way she responded to being near death in a foreign country would be read as a statement about where her real loyalties lay. Choosing a Russian Orthodox priest over a German Lutheran pastor when you thought you might not survive the week was a gesture that cost nothing in practical terms and signalled everything in political ones. The Empress noticed. The court noticed. The story circulated. Sophia had essentially performed her Russian identity at the most credible possible moment, when there was nothing calculated about it that anyone could comfortably accuse her of staging. She survived. She converted formally to Orthodoxy in June 1744, taking the name Catherine, Yekaterina, in honour of Elizabeth's own mother, Catherine I. The name was another signal. By choosing to honour the Empress's family through her baptismal name, she announced a loyalty that went beyond mere political convenience. Or at least she announced something that looked very much like that loyalty, which in the context of royal court politics amounts to roughly the same thing. The betrothal to Grand Duke Peter followed shortly after, and it was here that Sophia, now Catherine, encountered the second and in some ways more personal dimension of the challenge she had taken on. Because Peter was not, to be delicate about it, the partner one would design from scratch for a woman of Catherine's particular intelligence and ambition. Peter, born Karl Peter Ulrich of Holstein-Gottorp, another product of the minor German nobility but with considerably better dynastic connections, had been brought to Russia as Elizabeth's designated heir and had spent the intervening years being educated in the art of becoming emperor in ways that had apparently not taken very well. He was, by the accounts of virtually everyone who knew him, including people who were trying to be charitable, an immature, erratic, and profoundly peculiar young man. He loved the military, or rather he loved the aesthetics of the military, the uniforms, the drills, the formations, with an enthusiasm that had never quite graduated into understanding what armies were actually for. He had a particular fondness for playing with toy soldiers, which might be forgivable in a 7-year-old but was somewhat concerning in a 19-year-old who was technically the heir to the Russian throne. He adored Frederick the Great of Prussia with a fervour that in diplomatic terms was essentially indistinguishable from a problem, since Russia and Prussia were not exactly in a warm period of their relationship. He seems to have viewed his betrothal and subsequent marriage to Catherine as an inconvenience he had not requested, and was not especially interested in navigating gracefully. Catherine's accounts of the early years of her marriage, written much later, and not without a certain retrospective polish, describe a young woman of considerable intellectual energy, trapped in a court where she had limited official function, a husband who showed no particular interest in her, and an empress who was simultaneously her patron and her jailer. She read voraciously Voltaire, Montesquieu, the French philosophes, who were then rewriting the intellectual foundations of European civilization from their comfortable studies in Paris. She observed court politics with the focused attention of someone who understood that observation was currently the only form of participation available to her. She cultivated friendships, built small networks of loyalty, and waited. She had the remarkable capacity, which would later serve her extraordinarily well, to inhabit a constrained and uncomfortable situation without allowing the discomfort to push her into premature or imprudent action. This was not passivity. This was a different kind of strategy, the strategy of someone who understands that their moment has not yet arrived and that impatience is a luxury they cannot afford. Catherine spent the years of her early marriage becoming, in the most comprehensive sense she could manage, indispensable. Not to Peter. That relationship was essentially beyond repair from the beginning, but to Russia itself, to the court, to the guards officers who drank with her, to the ladies-in-waiting who trusted her, to the diplomats who found her more interesting and more intelligible than her husband, to the various factions that were already, well before Elizabeth's death, beginning to calculate what the succession would mean for their respective positions. She was also, and this is worth stating plainly, acquiring something more difficult to quantify than political connections or language skills or court etiquette. She was acquiring a kind of legitimacy that no foreign princess could simply arrive with, because it could only be earned through time and presence and demonstrated commitment. There is a Russian phrase, often attributed to various sources, none of them entirely verifiable, that Catherine became more Russian than the Russians. This is probably an exaggeration, but it points at something real. She had, through a decade and a half of sustained and deliberate effort, made herself belong to the country in a way that went beyond the formal requirements of her position. She had learned to think in Russian, not just to speak it. She had internalized the Orthodox calendar, the court traditions, the particular texture of Russian political culture, with its emphasis on personal loyalty and its deep distrust of abstract principle, unconnected to actual human relationships. She had, in the most practical sense, done the work. None of this, it must be said, made the situation comfortable. Being very good at surviving an uncomfortable position does not make the position comfortable. It just makes you better at surviving. The years between Catherine's arrival in Russia in 1744 and her seizure of power in 1762 were not, on any personal level, a pleasant stretch of time. Her marriage was a fiction maintained for political purposes. Her relationship with Empress Elizabeth was complex and frequently tense. Elizabeth liked Catherine, in the way that you might like a brilliantly trained dog you also privately find slightly threatening. Her position at court was simultaneously highly visible and highly precarious. She had children whose legitimacy was murky enough to generate ongoing whisper campaigns. She had enemies in every direction who would have been happy to see her shipped back to Germany, or preferably somewhere considerably less comfortable than Germany. And yet she stayed. She adapted. She did not overreach. She accumulated. The Russia she was learning to navigate, the Russia of guards, regiments, and court factions and invisible networks of obligation and resentment and ambition, was not the Russia that appeared in official proclamations or ceremonial addresses. It was the Russia that actually functioned, the mechanism beneath the decoration, the series of human relationships and power calculations that determined, in the end, what actually happened versus what was officially declared to have happened. Catherine studied this Russia the way a scholar studies a primary source, carefully, skeptically, with attention to what the text was not saying as much as to what it was. By the time she'd been at court for a decade, she understood it better than almost anyone. By the time she'd been there for 15 years, she was ready. The path from Sophia of Anhalt-Zerbst to Catherine of Russia was not a transformation in the theatrical sense, not a sudden revelation or a single decisive choice. It was a long, patient, disciplined process of becoming. She had chosen her country the way other people choose a career or a vocation, not because circumstance demanded it, but because she had decided with full awareness that this was where her life would be lived and that she would live it completely. That decision, made by a 14-year-old girl reading a letter in a minor German court, set in motion a chain of events that would ultimately reshape the map of Europe. But that's a story for another chapter. What matters now is understanding the foundation. A girl who arrived with nothing except intelligence, willpower, and the strategic clarity to recognize that her apparent disadvantages were, under the right conditions, a form of freedom. No predetermined alliances, no fixed identity, no established position to defend, just the capacity to become whatever the situation required, and the extraordinary patience to wait until the situation required it. The empire she was about to inherit was built, as we've seen, on a tradition of sudden reversals, unexpected coups, and the very specific political gravity of the Guards regiments. It was a country where the rules of succession existed but did not quite govern, where personal loyalty outweighed legal entitlement, and where the person who acted decisively at the right moment could rewrite the official version of events before anyone had time to object. Catherine had spent 18 years learning the system from the inside, which meant she knew both its vulnerabilities and its levers. In 1762 she would use both, extensively. But first, and this is important, she had to survive everything that came between 1744 and that night in June, when the guards would, once again, make their preferences known. She had to navigate a crumbling marriage, a suspicious empress, a hostile court, and the particular loneliness of being the most capable person in a room that officially didn't want her capabilities. She had to do all of this without appearing to do any of it, which is perhaps the most exhausting kind of political performance imaginable. She managed, more than managed. But the full scope of what she had to manage, the machinery of the empire, the human cost of its structure, the staggering inequality built into its foundations, that is a story worth telling in full. Because Russia in 1744 was not just a complicated court. It was a society built on the labour of millions of people who had no say in any of this, whose lives were as bounded and determined as Catherine's was open and self-directed, and whose existence formed the economic bedrock on which everything else, the palaces, the court ceremonies, the intellectual ambitions, the wars, the territorial expansions, ultimately rested. The empire that Catherine was about to inherit was magnificent and terrible in roughly equal measure, and understanding both of those qualities is the only honest way to understand her story. So let's look a little closer at what was actually going on inside that empire, not in the palaces and the guard barracks and the elegant foreign policy dispatches, but in the rest of it, the parts that never made it into the official portraits. The Russia of the 1740s and 1750s was, in structural terms, one of the most rigidly hierarchical societies in Europe. This was not an accident. The hierarchy had been built deliberately and systematically over centuries, and it was designed not simply to organise society, but to extract resources from it, to move grain, labour, military service, and tax revenue from the bottom of the social pyramid to the top with maximum efficiency and minimum negotiation. At the very bottom of this pyramid sat the serfs, not peasants in the Western European sense, but people who were, for all practical purposes, property. They could be bought and sold, separated from their families, relocated at will, punished without recourse, and their labour could be extracted in quantities that bore no particular relationship to what was needed to survive. Serfdom in Russia was not quite slavery in the legal sense, but in the lived reality of millions of people, the distinction was not one that brought much practical comfort. By the middle of the 18th century, roughly 1/3 to 1/2 of the Russian population were serfs. The economy of the empire depended on them with an intimacy that made the institution almost impossible to reform. Every noble family, every estate, every grain harvest and military campaign was funded directly or indirectly by their labour. The gentry had been granted the right to own serfs as part of a long historical bargain with the state, in which the nobility provided military and administrative service to the Tsar in exchange for economic control over the peasantry on their lands. It was a system of mutual obligation that worked reasonably well for everyone involved, provided you were willing to define everyone quite narrowly. For the serfs themselves, daily life was shaped by a combination of agricultural obligation, seasonal variation, and the absolute authority of whoever owned the land they worked on. The conditions varied enormously from estate to estate. Some landowners were reasonably benign by the standards of the time, others were catastrophically cruel, and the system provided essentially no protection against the latter. There were peasant rebellions. There had always been peasant rebellions, but they tended to be local, quickly suppressed, and ultimately ineffective at changing the fundamental structure. The empire was simply too large, the military too powerful, and the nobility too unified around the preservation of their interests for any localized uprising to achieve more than temporary disruption. This was the landscape that Catherine was entering, not just a political system, but a social and economic reality of staggering scale and deeply embedded injustice, presided over by an aristocracy that genuinely believed in its own necessity and generally managed to avoid thinking too carefully about what was sustaining its comfort. For Catherine, who'd grown up reading Enlightenment philosophy and corresponding with Voltaire about the nature of justice and rational government, this reality presented a challenge that went beyond the merely political. It was a challenge to the entire intellectual framework she'd constructed for herself. The image of the enlightened monarch governing a society organized by reason rather than brute force. She would spend the next 34 years of her reign in an ongoing negotiation with that challenge. She would reform some things. She would leave others entirely intact. She would write eloquently about human dignity and govern a country built in significant part on its systematic denial. This tension between the progressive, philosophical Catherine of the salons and the autocratic, practical Catherine of the palace is one of the central themes of her reign, and we'll return to it again and again. For now, it's enough to note that she knew from very early on what she was inheriting. She understood the machine. She had studied it from the inside for nearly 2 decades. The question was what she intended to do with it. That question would begin to find its answer on a warm night in late June of 1762, in a scene that combined the high drama of a coup d'etat with the practical choreography of a very well-organised theatre production. The lead actress had been rehearsing for 18 years. The supporting cast was in position. The timing, as Catherine had spent considerable effort ensuring, was exactly right. But to understand why that night was possible, why the guards were willing, why the moment was ripe, why the pieces had fallen into precisely the arrangement that Catherine needed, we need to understand the years leading up to it. The alliances she built, the loyalties she cultivated, the extraordinary patience with which she assembled the conditions for something that, from the outside, might look like sudden and impulsive action, but was in reality the most carefully planned and longest prepared move she had ever made. That's where we're going next. We left Sophia recovering from a lung infection she'd acquired while memorizing Russian declensions at 3 a.m, having made a quietly brilliant political choice by requesting an Orthodox priest instead of a German one when she thought she might be dying. She survived. She converted. She became Catherine. And now we need to talk about what that actually looked like. Not the ceremonial moments, but the daily, grinding, methodical work of becoming someone else entirely. Because the transformation of Sophia of Anhalt-Zerbst into Catherine of Russia was not a dramatic single event. It was a project. It was, frankly, one of the most deliberate and comprehensive personal reinventions in the documented history of European politics, and it deserves more than a footnote. Let's start with what genuine cultural assimilation costs, because this is something that gets romanticized enormously in historical narratives and was, in practice, expensive in ways that had nothing to do with money. To learn a language as an adult, and 14 is old enough to make this genuinely hard, is to accept a prolonged period of feeling stupid. You know what you want to say. You can think it clearly in the language you grew up in. But in the new language, you fumble, you forget, you reach for words and find empty space. You understand 40% of a conversation and spend the remaining 60% constructing plausible responses based on context and body language and hope. This is humiliating in ordinary social situations. In the court of a major empire where everything you say and do is being watched and evaluated by people who are professionally motivated to find reasons to dismiss you, it is a special kind of exposure. Catherine submitted herself to this exposure voluntarily, and with apparent determination not to let it show. Her Russian lessons with the court tutor Adadurov began almost immediately after her arrival, and continued with an intensity that was, by any account, unusual. She reportedly practiced grammar exercises during meals, repeated vocabulary under her breath while walking, and spent the kind of hours on her Russian studies that other young noblewomen of her generation devoted to music, embroidery, and social calls. The language was not the only thing, it was the gateway to everything else. Without Russian, she was permanently a foreigner, permanently dependent on translators and intermediaries, permanently processing the world around her through a filter that distorted it. With Russian, she could think in the country, which is a different thing from thinking about the country, and Catherine understood the difference instinctively. There is a particular kind of intelligence that shows itself not in abstract problem-solving, but in the reading of social situations, in the ability to enter a room and within minutes understand who holds actual power versus nominal authority, who resents whom, what the official version of recent events is and how it diverges from the real version, what people want and what they are afraid of, and how those two things sometimes line up and sometimes conflict. Catherine had this kind of intelligence in extraordinary abundance, and it operated best when she could access it directly, without the lag and loss of translation. Her Russian, by most accounts, was never entirely without an accent. She carried traces of her German origin in her vowels for the rest of her life, but within a few years of her arrival, it was fluent enough that she could conduct conversations, read documents, follow arguments, and, crucially, understand what people were saying about her when they thought she couldn't hear. That last capability turned out to be surprisingly useful, but language was only one dimension of the transformation. The deeper work was behavioral, and it operated at a level of detail that only makes sense when you understand just how relentlessly observed everyone at the Russian court actually was. Nothing Catherine did in the years between 1744 and her seizure of power in 1762 was, in any practical sense, private. She was watched getting up in the morning and going to bed at night. Her meals were attended. Her religious observations were noted. The people she chose to spend time with, the books she was seen reading, the conversations she had, the expressions on her face during court ceremonies, all of this was information, processed and evaluated by dozens of observers with their own agendas and loyalties, and filtered eventually to the various people at court who had reason to care about her trajectory. Empress Elizabeth, in particular, maintained an informal but remarkably efficient intelligence network, focused partly on the Grand Ducal household, which meant that Catherine could safely assume that virtually everything she did would eventually reach the Empress's attention in some form. This is the environment in which Catherine learned to perform Russianness not just in the obvious ceremonial moments, the orthodox services, the formal court appearances, the public displays of devotion, but in the texture of everyday behaviour. She ate Russian food with apparent pleasure, including dishes that would have been entirely alien to her German palate. She adopted the rhythm of the Orthodox calendar, observing fasts with a conscientiousness that impressed the more devout members of the court. She showed interest in Russian history and Russian literature and Russian traditions in ways that went beyond political calculation, or at least in ways that were convincingly indistinguishable from genuine interest, which amounts to the same thing, in practice. She learned to dance in the Russian style. She sat through ceremonies of considerable length without the visible restlessness that afflicted many of her foreign contemporaries. What made all of this interesting is that it was not, in the end, purely performance. This is worth being clear about, because there is a tendency to view Catherine's assimilation as a kind of extended theatre, a deliberate construction maintained for strategic purposes, underneath which the real Sophia of Anhalt-Zerbst was secretly waiting. The historical evidence doesn't quite support that reading. Catherine's letters, diaries, and memoirs, written at various stages of her life, some of them clearly intended for eventual publication, and others apparently for herself, reveal a person who had, through sustained engagement with Russian culture, actually internalized significant parts of it. She thought about Russia the way you think about a place you genuinely belong to, not the way you think about a role you're playing. The transformation, undertaken initially as strategy, had over time become something more like identity. This is actually not uncommon in the history of immigrants and cultural transplants, but it tends to be more visible in ordinary lives than in the careers of monarchs, where we're accustomed to looking for political calculation in every gesture. Catherine's case is interesting precisely because the political calculation and the genuine cultural attachment grew together, reinforcing each other until it became genuinely impossible, and probably irrelevant, to separate them. She had decided to be Russian. She had then become Russian. The sequence matters. The Orthodox faith deserves a separate mention here because it was not simply a matter of changing religious affiliation on official documents, which was the kind of thing minor German princesses did when they married into Orthodox dynasties with somewhat less than complete personal conviction. Catherine's relationship with Orthodoxy was, by the evidence, more complicated and more real than that. She had been raised Lutheran, not with any particular intensity, but within a tradition that emphasized personal reading of Scripture and a somewhat more direct relationship between the individual believer and God. Orthodoxy was a genuinely different experience, more sensory, more liturgical, more concerned with the accumulated tradition of the Church than with individual interpretation. The services were long and conducted in Church Slavonic, which was distinct from the Russian that Catherine was learning and added another layer of linguistic challenge. The calendar was demanding. The theological emphasis was different. She engaged with it seriously. She studied the theology, read the texts she could access, observed the practices with what everyone around her agreed was genuine attention rather than obligatory compliance. Whether she believed privately what she observed publicly is one of those questions that Catherine herself would have found somewhat reductive. She was not a woman who experienced sharp distinctions between sincere personal conviction and its useful political expression. But what is clear is that she treated Orthodox Christianity as a genuine intellectual and spiritual tradition worthy of real engagement, rather than a costume to be worn on state occasions. This, too, was part of how she became more Russian than her origins would have predicted. There was one more dimension to the transformation that is easy to underestimate, the physical one. Catherine arrived in Russia as a relatively slight German girl with, by contemporary accounts, a pleasant but not spectacular appearance. She left Russia, meaning she left the junior version of herself behind and became the Empress, as a woman who had spent 15 years learning to inhabit power physically. She rode on horseback with a competence and confidence that was genuinely unusual for women of her class and time. She had learned to wear Russian ceremonial dress, which is not a trivial physical accomplishment. The formal court costumes of the period involved an architecture of fabric and structure that required sustained practice to move in with apparent ease. She had learned the specific body language of Russian autocracy, the postures and gestures that communicated authority without aggression, confidence without arrogance, the particular quality of physical presence that made people in a room orient toward her as a magnetic pole. None of this happened by accident. It was learned, practiced, refined over years, in the same sustained and methodical way that she had learned the language and the religious calendar and the court protocol. And it was, in its way, just as important as any of the intellectual or political elements of her transformation. Power in the 18th century, really in most historical periods, was partly physical. It was experienced by the people around you as a quality of your body in space. The ability to walk into a room and have the room reorganize itself around you was not metaphorical. It was a real skill, and Catherine worked at it. By the time she was in her mid-20s, the transformation was, to all outward appearances, complete. The German girl from Anhalt-Zerbst had become, by every marker that the Russian court used to evaluate such things, authentically Russian. She was fluent in the language, she was observant in the faith, she was comfortable in the culture. She was liked, genuinely, personally liked, by a significant portion of the court nobility, which was a not insignificant achievement in an environment where foreigners were viewed with reflexive suspicion. And she was, despite the various difficulties of her official position, accumulating the kind of social capital that would prove, in time, to be the most important resource she possessed. This was the completed version of the first project. The second project, the one that would eventually define her reign, was already underway, and it was considerably more dangerous. Let's talk about Peter. Now, historians have occasionally argued that Peter III, the Grand Duke Peter, Catherine's husband, eventually briefly Emperor of Russia, has gotten something of an unfair press. The argument goes that our primary sources for understanding him are largely filtered through the perspective of the woman who overthrew him, and that Catherine's memoirs, which are our richest source of detail about the Grand Ducal household, were written with obvious political motivation and cannot be taken entirely at face value. This is a legitimate historiographical point and worth acknowledging. It is also true that Peter's brief reign as emperor, before Catherine deposed him, included at least a few genuinely interesting policy decisions that were not entirely without merit. All of that said, the available evidence does not paint a flattering picture. And the evidence comes from enough independent sources, foreign diplomats, courtiers with no particular axe to grind, observers who were trying to give balanced assessments for the benefit of their distant employers, that the broad outlines are pretty clearly established. Peter was, in almost every dimension that mattered for the role he was supposed to occupy, temperamentally unsuited to it. He had been born in 1728 in Holstein, the son of Charles Frederick, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, and Anna Petrovna, the daughter of Peter the Great. This made him, on his mother's side, the grandson of the most transformative figure in Russian history, which was a genealogical asset of considerable value. On his father's side, he was German, deeply, constitutively, unshakably German, in ways that proved to be more than a biographical detail. He had been raised in Holstein, educated in the Lutheran tradition, and spent his formative years in a context that had essentially nothing to do with Russia, its culture, its people, or its political traditions. When Peter was 14, his mother having died and his father having followed shortly after, his Aunt Elizabeth, by then Empress of Russia, had him brought to St. Petersburg as her chosen heir. He arrived speaking no Russian, practicing the wrong religion for the role he was supposed to play, and showing, in various small ways that quickly became apparent to the people around him, a pronounced preference for the culture he had grown up in, over the one he had been imported into. Elizabeth, who had seized power partly on the basis of her own Russian identity and her connection to the legacy of Peter the Great, found this professionally embarrassing in a nephew. The conversion to orthodoxy was managed. Peter became Orthodox in name, as required, though by most accounts he continued to regard Lutheran practice as personally more meaningful and was not especially careful about keeping this opinion private. The Russian language was more of a struggle. Peter learned it eventually, but never with the fluency or ease that Catherine achieved, and continued throughout his life to think primarily in German and to express himself most comfortably in that language. He retained an attachment to Holstein and Holstein affairs that periodically generated diplomatic complications. He corresponded with his Holstein relatives with an enthusiasm that was, under the circumstances, notable. And then there was his relationship with Prussia, and specifically with Frederick II, Frederick the Great, which was the single most politically volatile personal attachment of Peter's life. Frederick the Great was, by most measures, one of the most formidable rulers of the 18th century. He was a skilled military commander who had repeatedly defeated larger enemies through superior tactics and personal presence on the battlefield. He was a serious intellectual. He played the flute with professional-level competence, corresponded with Voltaire, wrote philosophical essays, and presided over a court at Sanssouci that was genuinely one of the more interesting intellectual environments in Europe. He was also the King of Prussia, which was at this particular moment in history in an adversarial relationship with Russia that had produced actual armed conflict within Peter's own lifetime. Russia and Prussia fought against each other in the 7 Years' War, a conflict that occupied much of the late 1750s and early 1760s, and in which Russian armies repeatedly engaged Prussian forces with considerable success, inflicting significant damage on the military reputation of a King Peter personally idolized. The political problem this created was not subtle. Peter made almost no effort to conceal his admiration for Frederick. He kept portraits of the Prussian king in his personal rooms. He reportedly kept a figurine of Frederick on his desk, which he would salute when particularly moved by admiration, which was more often than anyone around him found comfortable. He wore Prussian-style uniforms. He dismissed Russian military traditions as inferior to Prussian ones, which was not a view he was wise to share with Russian officers who had just spent several years fighting Prussians and had some experience-based opinions on the subject. He spoke of Frederick in terms that would have been appropriate for a devoted subject addressing his sovereign, which was a particularly awkward register for the heir to the Russian throne. This was not simple eccentricity. In the context of 18th century dynastic politics, personal admiration for a foreign ruler was a political signal whether you intended it as one or not. It raised questions about whose interests you would actually serve when the moment of decision arrived. For Russian court observers who were already calculating what a Peter III reign would mean for their respective positions, the answer these signals pointed toward was not reassuring. The toy soldiers are perhaps the most quoted detail of Peter's biography, and they have become, over time, almost a symbol, the shorthand image for what was wrong with the man. But they are worth actually looking at for a moment, because the reality is more interesting and more revealing than the simple mockery they usually attract. Peter's interest in miniature military figures was not exactly toy soldiers in the childish sense, or rather, it started that way but evolved into something more elaborate. He had an extensive collection of figurines arranged in formations, which he would maneuver according to his own conceptions of military tactics, conducting imaginary battles with considerable seriousness. He also apparently held formal military drills and inspections with real soldiers who were required to participate in exercises that he designed, which operated according to Prussian regulations rather than Russian ones, and which the participating soldiers found variously ridiculous, infuriating, and professionally demeaning depending on their individual temperament. The point is not that this was childish, though the verdict of most historians has been that it was, at minimum, not the behaviour of someone with a clear-eyed understanding of what leadership actually required. The point is what it revealed about Peter's fundamental relationship with power. He was attracted to its symbols and its theatre, the uniforms, the formations, the rituals of command, without any apparent interest in or understanding of its substance. He liked the idea of military command in the same way that a certain type of person likes the idea of being a chef. The equipment is fascinating, the status is appealing, the aesthetics are compelling, and the actual grinding daily work of achieving. Something real with it is where the interest tends to evaporate. Catherine saw this clearly and early, and it shaped her understanding of their marriage with a precision that was almost clinical. She was not naive about what her marriage was supposed to be: a dynastic alliance, a mechanism for producing heirs, a political arrangement that served the Empress's succession planning. She had not expected a love match. She had not, frankly, expected that her personal happiness would be a significant consideration in anyone's calculations about how her life should be arranged. This was simply how things worked, and she'd gone into it with open eyes and a reasonably sober assessment of the situation. What she had perhaps not fully anticipated was the specific texture of daily life with Peter, the combination of his indifference to her as a person, his erratic behaviour, his capacity for casual cruelty without any apparent awareness that he was being cruel, and the way his political liabilities were beginning to accumulate around him with the steady inevitability of a weather system moving in. He was not simply an inconvenient husband. He was an incoming crisis, and Catherine was standing next to it. The dynamics of their household were, by any contemporary account, remarkably strange. Peter occupied himself with his military exercises and his Prussian correspondence, and eventually with a mistress, Elizabeth Vorontsova, who is one of history's more puzzling romantic choices, since contemporary accounts suggest she was not particularly distinguished in any direction, and that Peter seemed to value her company largely because she was available, compliant, and sufficiently unlike Catherine to prevent uncomfortable comparisons. He showed little sustained interest in his wife, occasionally went out of his way to make dismissive comments about her in company, and generally treated the marriage as a formality he was enduring rather than a partnership he intended to engage in. Catherine, for her part, was developing her own social life and her own set of emotional connections that existed, of necessity, largely outside the official marriage. We will get into her romantic relationships in detail in a later chapter. They are a subject that requires real attention rather than a parenthetical mention. But for now, it is worth noting that Catherine's various friendships and alliances during the Grand Ducal years were not simply compensation for a bad marriage. They were increasingly the foundation of her political survival. The people she was cultivating during this period were not randomly selected. They included military officers, court officials, members of the nobility with significant influence in the Guards regiments, and a handful of people whose loyalty she had reason to trust, based on genuine personal connection rather than calculated exchange. This was the other side of the marriage's battlefield calculation. Peter's failures as a political operator, his inability to read the court, his indifference to Russian sentiment, his enthusiasm for Prussia in a context where enthusiasm for Prussia was tantamount to political self-harm, were, from Catherine's perspective, both a problem and an opportunity. A problem because being married to a walking political liability is itself a form of liability. People associated with Peter were tarred by proximity to his increasingly alarming positions. An opportunity because every failure of judgment he displayed was a contrast, implicit but visible to anyone paying attention, with the careful, culturally fluent, socially sophisticated woman living in the same household. She did not, to her credit, try to exploit this contrast aggressively. Openly positioning herself as the competent alternative to her husband would have been both dangerous. Empress Elizabeth had no tolerance for perceived challenges to the official succession, and unnecessary, since the contrast was making itself quite apparent without any particular promotion on Catherine's part. What she did instead was something more subtle. She continued to be excellent at the thing she was excellent at, and she let people draw their own conclusions. The court was drawing them constantly. The diplomatic corps, who are excellent sources for this kind of informal assessment because they were paid to observe and report without personal loyalty to any of the parties involved, were by the late 1750s writing dispatches home that contained a consistent subtext. Peter was described in terms that ranged from immature to unstable to outright alarming. Catherine was described as intelligent, composed, increasingly influential in informal terms, and someone whose relationship to Russia was, by then, substantially more genuine than her husband's. The British, French, and Austrian ambassadors all, at various points, noted the gap between the two, not as a political scandal, but as a simple description of observable reality. What did Catherine actually do during the years that Peter was performing his Prussian drills and manoeuvring his figurines? She read. And this is not a minor point buried in biography. Her reading during these years was the intellectual foundation of everything she would attempt when she eventually had the power to attempt it. The works of Voltaire, Montesquieu, Beccaria, Diderot, and a range of other figures associated with the French Enlightenment formed a sustained intellectual education that she pursued with the same methodical seriousness she had brought to learning. Russian. These were not decorative texts to be mentioned at dinner as evidence of sophistication. They were for Catherine working material, ideas about governance, about law, about the relationship between rulers and subjects, about what a rational and humane state might look like, that she was reading against the backdrop of the actual society she lived in and would one day govern. The contrast between what she was reading and what she was seeing was, to put it gently, substantial. Voltaire was writing about religious tolerance and the reform of criminal law in a country where serfdom was the economic foundation of civilized life. Montesquieu was theorizing about the separation of powers in a system where the Empress's personal will was the effective source of all law. The gap between Enlightenment theory and Russian practice was not something Catherine could pretend not to see, and her memoirs and later writings suggest she didn't try. What she developed instead was a more complicated relationship with these ideas than simple enthusiasm, a recognition that the principles were worth pursuing and that the practical path to pursuing them in Russia was considerably more indirect and incremental than anything the philosophers in Paris were likely to acknowledge from a distance. This intellectual sophistication, the ability to hold an ideal and a reality simultaneously without collapsing either into the other, was in retrospect one of Catherine's most important political qualities. She was never simply an idealist who discovered the gap between theory and power. She was never simply a pragmatist who abandoned principle when it became inconvenient. She occupied a third position that was harder to characterize and harder to criticize. Someone who genuinely believed in certain ideas and consistently looked for the spaces, however limited, where those ideas could be applied to practical effect, while never pretending that those spaces were larger than they actually were. The correspondence she initiated in these years with various French philosophers was a manifestation of this quality. She wrote to Voltaire for the first time in 1763, that is, after she had seized power, but the intellectual formation that made those letters possible had been built during the grand ducal years of reading and reflection. What is interesting about the correspondence is not simply that it happened, but what it suggests about how Catherine understood the relationship between ideas and power. She was not writing to Voltaire for advice. She was writing to him, at least in part, because Voltaire's admiration was itself a kind of currency, an international endorsement of her governing project from the most famous intellectual in Europe, which had value in the diplomatic arena that was distinct from and additional to whatever personal satisfaction she may have derived from the exchange. She understood with characteristic precision that the philosopher's enthusiasm for her was partly about them, their desire for a monarch who embodied their ideals, and she managed their expectations with the same careful attention to detail she brought to court politics. This is not cynicism. It is something more interesting than cynicism. It is the particular clarity of a person who has spent years operating in an environment where understanding exactly what something is, rather than what it ideally should be, is a survival skill. Catherine had been living in a court defined by the gap between official reality and actual reality since she was 14 years old. She had learned to navigate that gap with considerable skill. When she encountered it again in the world of ideas, the gap between Enlightenment principles and the practical constraints of governing a vast and complex empire, she was, in a sense, already prepared for it. But none of this philosophical sophistication changed the immediate reality of her situation during the Grand Ducal years, which was that she was married to a man who was, slowly but steadily, making everyone around him nervous in ways that had significant implications for her own position. The problem crystallized most clearly during the 7 Years' War, which involved Russia in a sustained military campaign against Prussia that ran from 1756 to 1762. Russian forces performed creditably during the conflict, at times extremely well, and the war had significant popular resonance in a country where military achievement was closely tied to national identity and imperial prestige. Peter's response to this situation was to make his admiration for Frederick, Russia's opponent, increasingly public and decreasingly apologetic. He reportedly received news of Russian military defeats with something that observers described as unconcealed satisfaction. he received news of Russian victories with a notably different energy. He continued throughout to treat Frederick as a personal hero and the Prussian military system as the appropriate model for Russia's own forces. The Empress was dying. This was not public knowledge in the early 1760s, but it was increasingly apparent to those close to court. Elizabeth had been in declining health for several years, and by 1760 the trajectory was becoming harder to ignore. The question of what would happen when she died, when Peter became emperor, was one that the Russian court was beginning to calculate with the focused attention of people who understood that the answer would determine a great deal about their own futures. For Catherine, this calculation had an obvious and urgent personal dimension. Under the rules as they officially stood, she was the wife of the emperor-to-be, which sounded like a secure position but was, in practice, nothing of the kind. She had no independent power base, no legal standing separate from her husband, and a husband who had, on at least several occasions, made comments that suggested he might be considering setting her aside, installing his mistress in a more formal role, or simply arranging for Catherine to be inconvenient enough that she could be dealt with through some mechanism the 18th century Russian court had deployed on inconvenient women before. These were not paranoid fantasies. They were possibilities that the political logic of the situation made genuinely plausible. Catherine was not going to wait for them to become actualities. The preparations she began making in the late 1750s and early 1760s were not dramatic or sudden. They did not look from the outside like the preparation of a coup. They looked like a woman deepening her existing social connections, spending more time with particular military officers who were, incidentally, also connected to the Guards regiments, and continuing to behave at court with the combination of cultural fluency and personal warmth that had made her widely liked over the preceding decade and a half. This was not accidental. The visibility of her activities was itself a calculation. She was building in plain sight the network that would eventually make the move she needed to make possible. The Guards officers she was cultivating were not simply social connections. They were the link between political intention and physical capacity. The people who could, when the moment arrived, translate a decision into an outcome. Russian history had demonstrated this principle repeatedly. The throne changed hands through the Guards, or it didn't change hands at all. Catherine had been watching this dynamic since she arrived in Russia, had studied it through the reigns of the various monarchs who had preceded her, and understood it with the practical clarity of someone who intended to use it rather than simply observe it. The specific shape the network was taking, the particular people involved, the conversations that were happening, the promises and agreements that were forming, is a story for the next chapter because it deserves the attention it requires. What belongs here, in the context of understanding the marriage's battlefield dynamic, is the larger point about what Catherine had concluded about her situation and what she intended to do about it. She had spent 18 years in Russia. She had learned the language, mastered the culture, built the networks, read the philosophy, survived the marriage, and outlasted the various moments when her position had seemed genuinely precarious. She had accumulated, through patience and intelligence and a sustained willingness to endure discomfort without acting prematurely, exactly the resources she needed for what came next. The political landscape was shifting. Peter was generating more anxiety with every month that passed. The Empress was fading. The court was calculating. And Catherine, watching all of this with the focused attention she had developed over nearly 2 decades, was beginning to see the shape of the opportunity that was forming. The transformation from Sophia to Catherine had been the first project. Surviving the marriage had been the second. Both of them, it turned out, had been preparation for the third, which was not simply surviving, but winning, definitively and completely, in the way that only one kind of win in 18th century Russia actually counted. The third project was about to begin, and unlike the first two, it would take not years, but hours. One more thing worth noting before we leave this chapter behind, because it tends to get lost in the larger drama. Catherine's position during the Grand Ducal years was genuinely difficult, in ways that have nothing to do with political calculation. She was a young woman, a teenager, and then a woman in her 20s, in a country far from home, in a marriage that offered nothing in the way of companionship or mutual respect, under surveillance that was essentially continuous, with a future that depended entirely on decisions made by other people, about things she had limited ability to influence. The resilience she demonstrated was not simply strategic, it was personal. It required a quality of psychological stamina that is easy to underestimate when you're describing it from the outside, and the outcome is already known. She was also, during these years, developing something that would prove as important as any of her political or intellectual abilities, a genuine sense of humour. Not the performative wit that was mandatory at elegant 18th century courts, but a real private appreciation for the absurdity of her situation, for the gap between the official version of events and the reality underneath it, between the theatrical grandeur of imperial Russian court life and the actual human comedy playing out beneath it. Her letters and memoirs contain moments of genuine dryness, observations about the people and situations around her that are funny precisely because they are so precise and so unapologetic about being precise. This sense of humour is not a trivial biographical detail. It is evidence of a mind that could maintain perspective under sustained pressure, that could see the gap between what things were supposed to be and what they actually were, and find that gap interesting rather than simply crushing. In the long run, it would be one of her most important qualities. You cannot govern for 34 years without it. And you certainly cannot spend 18 years surviving the specific combination of circumstances Catherine had to survive and come out the other side ready to act with strategic clarity, unless some part of you, in the quiet hours when no one was watching, was at least occasionally finding the whole absurd situation slightly funny, which, given the evidence, she did. We've established that Catherine understood with exceptional clarity that the Guards regiments were the true mechanism of Russian power. We've seen how she spent years building social capital at court, while her husband was busy undermining his own position with remarkable consistency. What we haven't yet examined is the specific architecture of what she was building, who the people were, how the connections worked, and why Grigory Orlov, out of everyone available to her in the vast social landscape of the Russian imperial court, ended up at the centre of it. Because this is where the story gets genuinely interesting in a human sense, not just a political one. To understand the Orlov brothers, you need to understand something about the social texture of the Russian military in the mid-18th century, specifically the culture of the Guards regiments, which was, to put it diplomatically, distinctive. The Guards were elite by designation, and often by genuine ability, but they were not elite in the way that a modern special forces unit is elite, defined by rigorous selection, technical specialization, and strict professional culture. The Russian Guards of the 1750s and 1760s were elite in the way that a very expensive, very powerful, and not entirely predictable piece of machinery might be described as elite, impressively capable when properly directed, and somewhat dangerous when not. They drank heavily, which was considered compatible with excellence and was essentially mandatory for social cohesion. They gambled, often catastrophically. They duelled, which was officially prohibited and practically universal. They were fiercely loyal to each other and to people they respected, and they were capable of spectacular acts of collective action when properly motivated. Grigory Orlov was, in this environment, something close to a natural phenomenon. He was physically large in an era when physical scale still functioned as a kind of social argument. He was reportedly courageous to the point of recklessness. There are accounts of him performing acts of conspicuous valour during the 7 Years' War that were the kind of stories that spread through military circles and attached themselves to a name with the reliability of legend. He was charming in the uncomplicated, immediate way that some people are charming, not through wit or sophistication, but through sheer warmth and presence, the quality of making whoever he was talking to feel, for the duration of the conversation, that they were the most interesting person in the room. This quality, it should be noted, is not a minor social asset. It is, in contexts where loyalty is built through personal connection rather than institutional structure, one of the most practically useful things a person can possess. He was also one of 5 brothers, and this is where the political arithmetic becomes genuinely interesting. The Orlov brothers collectively were, in the social geography of the Guards regiments, something close to a franchise. There was Grigory, who we've just met. There was Alexei, who was arguably even more physically imposing than his brother, and who possessed a directness of character that people either found refreshing or alarming depending on the context. We will come back to Alexei in considerable detail in the next chapter, because his role in what is about to happen is significant and somewhat darkly fascinating. There was Fyodor, Ivan, and Vladimir, each of whom had their own connections, their own reputations, their own particular relationships within the complex social network of the St. Petersburg military world. Together, across the five of them, the Orlov name was woven into the fabric of the Guards in a way that no single individual could have managed alone. They knew people. People owed them things. People trusted them, drank with them, served alongside them, and would, when the moment came, listen when one of them said something needed doing. Catherine's relationship with Grigory Orlov began somewhere around 1759 or 1760. The exact timing is uncertain because they were, quite naturally, not publicising it, and the historical record on genuinely clandestine relationships tends to be somewhat approximate. What is clear is that it became serious enough that Catherine became pregnant, which created a practical problem of considerable complexity. Having a child while still technically in a royal marriage, and while your husband was simultaneously making extremely public statements about your relationship that strongly implied it was not functioning as a marriage in any genuine sense, required a degree of operational ingenuity that says something about how organised Catherine's approach to even the most personal aspects of her life had become. The birth of Grigory's son, Alexei, later legitimised and given the surname Bobrinsky, was managed through a diversion involving a fire deliberately set by a devoted servant, which drew Peter out of the palace long enough for the delivery to take place with somewhat less risk of the wrong people noticing. This is the kind of logistical detail that tends to get smoothed over in more romantically inclined biographies, but is worth actually looking at, because it tells you something important. Catherine was not simply having a relationship with Grigory Orlov because she found him attractive, and her marriage was miserable, though both of those things appear to have been true. She was managing the relationship as a political operation, keeping it alive, keeping it productive, minimizing its exposure, and extracting from it exactly the kind of value that her larger strategic situation required. This is not, to be clear, a criticism. It is a description of how extraordinarily capable she was at integrating every aspect of her life into a coherent and functional whole. Most people, when under sustained political pressure, find that their personal decisions become increasingly erratic. The stress leaks into the private sphere and produces choices that are driven by emotion rather than assessment. Catherine appears to have operated in a largely inverted manner. The more pressure she was under, the more precisely calibrated her decisions became. Her relationship with Grigory Orlov was, in this respect, a model of her broader approach to the world. It was real. There is no convincing reason to doubt that she genuinely cared about him, and she maintained the relationship for years after she had the power to arrange her personal life however she chose. But it was also, simultaneously, a political asset of the First Order, and she was fully aware of this and operated accordingly. Now let's talk about what the Orlov connection actually gave her, because access to the Guards is a phrase that sounds simple, but contains a considerable amount of complexity worth unpacking. The Guards regiments, as we established earlier, were not a monolithic institution with a single chain of command that could be pointed at problems like a weapon. They were a social ecosystem, a dense network of personal relationships, debts, loyalties, grudges, reputations, and informal hierarchies that existed in parallel with, and sometimes in complete defiance of, the formal military structure. A colonel in the Guards had authority over his regiment in the official sense, and this authority mattered in peacetime garrison routine and formal ceremony. But in the kind of irregular situation that the Russian court had repeatedly demonstrated was a live possibility, a succession crisis, a disputed accession, a moment when the official order of things needed to be rapidly revised. What actually? Move people was not their colonel's command. It was the informal network. It was the person they trusted, the argument they found convincing, the shared loyalty to something or someone that transcended the formal hierarchy. The Orlov brothers were embedded in this informal network at multiple levels simultaneously. Grigory was a respected officer with genuine personal charisma and a reputation built on real military service, not on court connections or noble birth, but on actual performed competence in situations where performance was observable. Alexei had an even more direct kind of credibility. He was the sort of person who, when he said something should be done, people believed he had thought carefully about whether he could do it. The other brothers provided reach, the kind of distributed presence across different regiments and social circles that made the Orlov name familiar and trusted in places where Grigory himself had never personally operated. What Catherine provided in the exchange that was forming between her and the Orlov network was a combination of things that were not available from within the military world itself. She had money, Not enormous wealth, but enough to smooth the specific kinds of friction that arose when you were quietly asking people to consider doing something that required them to take a risk. She had the legitimacy of her position. She was the wife of the heir, which meant that supporting her was not obviously treasonous in the way that supporting a random court faction would have been. She had information. She was extraordinarily well positioned to know what was happening in the political world, what Elizabeth's health was doing, what Peter's behaviour was generating in terms of anxiety among the nobles and officials whose cooperation would be necessary. And she had, perhaps most importantly, a quality that is hard to quantify, but that the accounts of people who interacted with her consistently note. She was genuinely good at making people feel that what she wanted was also what they should want, not because she was manipulating them, but because she had an unusual ability to align her actual interests with the actual interests of the people she was working with. This alignment was not coincidental. It was constructed. The interests of the Guards officers who were being drawn into Catherine's orbit were not fundamentally a mystery. They wanted a stable Russia governed by someone who understood military service, respected the Guards' institutional role, and would not make their professional lives a humiliation. Peter's performance over the preceding years had generated a very specific anxiety among precisely these officers, not because they were politically sophisticated analysts with elaborate theories about governance, but because they could see, plainly and directly, that the man who was about to become their emperor held their service in contempt and modelled his own military ideals on a foreign king who was their country's recent battlefield opponent. This was not an abstract political problem. It was a personal and professional affront. Catherine's pitch to these officers, never apparently delivered as a formal pitch but constructed through the accumulation of conversations, demonstrations of competence, and the steady implicit argument of her own behaviour over years, was essentially this: I understand what this country needs. I understand what the military's role in this country is. I will not embarrass you or diminish you, or restructure the army along Prussian lines, because I am personally obsessed with a foreign monarch. I am Russian. I have chosen to be Russian, and I have demonstrated that choice in every way available to me over nearly 2 decades. Whatever concerns you have about what comes next, you can be more confident in my stewardship than in the alternative that is currently being prepared. She didn't need to say most of this explicitly. She'd been saying it implicitly and through action for 15 years. By the early 1760s, as Elizabeth's health deteriorated and the political calendar became increasingly urgent, the people who needed to understand this had largely already understood it. The financial dimension of the network building deserves a mention, because it tends to get either ignored entirely or sensationalized in ways that miss its actual character. Catherine was spending money during this period on the people she needed, paying debts for officers who had gambled beyond their means, providing gifts and loans that created the particular kind of social obligation that functions as informal currency in environments where formal contracts are impossible, contributing to the ongoing costs of the social activities that sustained the Guard culture and kept the relevant people connected to each other and to her. This was not bribery in the crude transactional sense. It was investment in relationships, the 18th century equivalent of a very well-organised and carefully targeted social capital strategy, though no one in 1760 would have described it in those terms. The money came from various sources, some of which she was somewhat creative about acquiring. She was not operating from enormous personal wealth. She had the resources available to a Grand Duchess who was not in her husband's favour and was not the Empress's primary favourite, which is to say moderate resources that required careful management. She managed them with characteristic precision, directing them toward the relationships that would generate the most durable loyalty rather than the most immediate goodwill. There is an argument, made occasionally by historians who want to give Grigory Orlov more credit than he usually receives, that his role in what happened in 1762 was not simply to provide access to his network, but to actively build and maintain that network in Catherine's service in ways that required his own considerable intelligence and energy. This argument has merit. Grigory was not simply a handsome military man who happened to know the right people. He was, by the evidence, a genuinely capable operator who understood what Catherine was trying to accomplish and worked actively to make it possible. The cultivation of specific officers in specific regiments, the management of the timing of various conversations, the maintenance of the kind of collective readiness that can dissipate if not regularly refreshed. These things required sustained, skillful effort on his part as well as hers. What is perhaps most interesting about their partnership in the context of the larger story we're telling is that it was genuinely a partnership in a way that the all offers instrument narrative tends to obscure. Catherine was not simply using Grigory. She was working with him in a collaboration that required both of them to contribute things the other couldn't provide. She had the political clarity, the court intelligence, the legitimacy, and the long-term strategic vision. He had the military credibility, the direct personal loyalty of key guards officers, the physical presence and courage that the moment would eventually require, and the organizational capacity within his own world that made the network functional, rather than merely theoretical. This is worth noting because it runs against the simplified version of Catherine's story that sometimes presents her as a lone genius, pulling all the strings from behind a carefully maintained facade. The reality was considerably messier and more human than that. She needed people. She had good judgment about which people to need, and exceptional skill at building and maintaining the connections that made those people available to her. But the coup that was coming was not a solo performance. It was a collective project, and some of the people involved in it were contributing things that were essential and irreplaceable. Meanwhile, in the official world of the Russian court, the pressure was building. Empress Elizabeth died on Christmas Day 1761, and Peter became, formally and officially, Emperor Peter III of Russia. He had been waiting for this moment, or rather the moment had been approaching him regardless of whether he was prepared for it, and his subsequent behaviour suggests that prepared was not quite the right word. Within days of taking the throne, Peter began making decisions that managed to alarm virtually everyone in his government simultaneously, which is a kind of achievement if you look at it from the right angle. He concluded peace with Prussia, not simply a negotiated end to the 7 Years' War, which was a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but a peace on terms so favourable to Frederick and so contemptuous of the military gains Russia had made at considerable human cost over the preceding years that it was experienced by the Russian military establishment as a public humiliation. The Russian army had defeated Prussian forces in battle. Russian troops had occupied Berlin. The eventual treaty returned everything Russia had won and asked for nothing in exchange beyond Frederick's goodwill, which Frederick, being Frederick, received with privately expressed amusement and publicly expressed gratitude. The Russian officers who had fought and died in this campaign received the news with a response that was somewhere between fury and disbelief, not unlike discovering that your boss has decided to credit your completed project to a competitor out of personal admiration for their work ethic. Peter then began reorganizing the Russian military along Prussian lines, replacing Russian drill regulations with Prussian ones, and generally treating the distinctive traditions of the Russian military as errors to be corrected rather than institutions to be respected. He proposed, with minimal diplomatic preparation, a military campaign to recover Schleswig on behalf of his Holstein relatives, which would have meant asking Russian soldiers to fight and die for a German territorial dispute that had absolutely nothing to do with Russian interests, which was not a proposal that landed well. He made his admiration for Frederick even more public and even less apologetic than it had been previously, as if the restraints imposed by Empress Elizabeth's disapproval had been the only thing keeping him from full Prussophile expression, and he was now catching up on lost time. He also, in a move that was either courageous or catastrophically ill-timed depending on your perspective, secularized church lands, stripping the Orthodox Church of significant estates and transferring their management to state control. This was actually not an unreasonable policy in abstract terms. Church lands were vast, inefficiently managed, and a considerable source of ecclesiastical power that had sometimes complicated state governance. Similar reforms were being undertaken in various European countries during this period. But doing it abruptly, without preparation or consultation, in a country where the Orthodox Church was not simply a religious institution, but a cultural and political pillar of enormous significance in the same months when you were also making. Russian officers feel professionally humiliated by your Prussian enthusiasms. This was the kind of simultaneous alienation of multiple powerful constituencies that a more politically attuned ruler might have spread out over years or avoided entirely. Peter managed it in months. The people whose support Catherine had been quietly cultivating for years were not abstract future allies anymore. They were angry men in powerful positions who were watching their professional world be reorganized by someone they didn't respect, and who were increasingly aware that there was an alternative, someone who had been present in Russia for 18 years, who spoke the language, observed the faith, understood the military's institutional pride, and had never, not once, suggested that the Russian army would benefit from being more Prussian. The moment that had been forming for nearly 2 decades was close. What is worth pausing on before we get to the night itself is the question of nerve. Because what Catherine was contemplating, not as a vague future possibility but as an imminent and specific action, was the overthrow of the ruling emperor of Russia. The penalties for failure were not abstract. She had watched what happened to people who challenged Russian rulers and lost. The 18th century offered a range of options, none of them pleasant, and the fact that she was the emperor's wife would not necessarily be a mitigating factor. If the coup failed, if the guards didn't move when expected, if word got out too early, if the key people were not where they needed to be, the consequences would be immediate and severe. She proceeded anyway. Not because she had perfect confidence in the outcome. Any honest assessment of the situation would have acknowledged significant uncertainty, but because the alternative was a version of the future that was also unacceptable, and because she had done the work over years to give the plan its best possible chance. The network was as solid as she could make it. The timing was as right as it was going to get. The people she needed were aligned, motivated, and ready. The only remaining question was the night itself, and that is the subject of the next chapter. But before we get there, one more thing. There is a tendency, in telling stories like this, to focus so exclusively on the strategic dimensions, the planning, the networks, the political calculations, that the human texture of the situation gets flattened. Catherine was a real person who had spent 18 years in a situation of genuine difficulty, and the people around her were real people making decisions with real consequences for their own lives and the lives of everyone connected to them. Grigory Orlov was taking a risk that, if it went wrong, would end his military career at minimum and his life at maximum. The officers he had recruited into the network were doing the same. The servants and court officials who were quietly aware of what was building and had chosen not to report it were making their own calculated bets about which direction Russia was about to move. History, from a sufficient distance, tends to look like it was inevitable. The successful side looks like it was always going to win, and the planning looks in retrospect more comprehensive and reliable than it must have felt in the moments when it was actually happening. The night of the coup was not going to feel inevitable while it was occurring. It was going to feel exactly like what it was, a high-stakes improvisation built on an enormous amount of careful preparation, in which many things could still go wrong, and the people involved knew it. They did it anyway. That is, in the end, one of the more remarkable facts about Catherine the Great. Not that she succeeded, but that she tried. That after 18 years of patient, methodical preparation, she was still willing to stand at the edge of the action and step off. That step is coming, very shortly. Let's take a moment and examine the mechanics of what alliance building actually looked like in practice, because there is a tendency to describe political networks in abstract terms. Connections, loyalties, influence, that obscure the very specific, very human texture of what was actually happening. Catherine was not building a network by sending out formal invitations to a conspiracy. She was building it through the accumulated weight of 1,000 small interactions over years, each of which deposited a small quantity of trust into a relationship that was slowly becoming something she could draw on. Consider what this required socially. Catherine was, for the entire period of her network building, not a person with formal power. She had no official position that gave her authority over anyone. She could not command loyalty. She could not reward it through promotions or titles or grants of land, the mechanisms through which power ordinarily purchases cooperation. What she had was personal: her time, her attention, her intelligence, her capacity for genuine human connection, and the informal resources she could direct toward people she was cultivating. In an environment as acutely status-conscious as the Russian imperial court, the Grand Duchess choosing to spend time with a particular officer, to remember details about his family and career, to show up to events where he would be present, these things were noticed and valued in ways that are difficult to explain to someone who has never operated in a world where social visibility is itself a form of currency. The officers who formed the core of what would become her coup coalition were not, for the most part, political theorists or ambitious schemers in the dramatic sense. They were career military men with fairly straightforward concerns: their professional dignity, the health of the institutions they served, the reasonable expectation that the empire they had devoted their lives to protecting would be governed by someone who understood and respected what they did. Peter's behaviour had been eroding these expectations systematically, and it is important to understand that the erosion was felt personally rather than abstractly. When Peter reorganised drills along Prussian lines, it wasn't simply a policy change that officers evaluated in cost-benefit terms. It was an insult, a public statement by their nominal commander that everything they had learned and practised was inferior to a foreign standard, delivered with complete indifference to their feelings about it. Catherine's cultivation of these men operated precisely in the space that Peter was vacating. Where he showed contempt for Russian military tradition, she showed respect. Where he was erratic and dismissive, she was consistent and attentive. Where he modelled his enthusiasms on a foreign king, she had spent 18 years demonstrating that her commitment was to Russia specifically, and not to some generalised idea of European civilization that happened to find its highest expression in Prussia. These contrasts did not require Catherine to articulate them explicitly. They were structural features of the situation that intelligent people could observe for themselves. What the Orloff brothers provided in this context was not simply personal loyalty, though that was real and substantial, but something more like amplification. Their reach within the Guards world meant that the positive impressions Catherine was generating through her own direct interactions could be carried further than she could go herself. Grigory or Alexei speaking positively about Catherine in a mess dinner conversation, vouching for her understanding of military matters in a context where such endorsements carried weight, ensuring that her name was associated with the right. Qualities in circles she couldn't directly access. This was the distributed network function that the Orloff connection provided, and that no amount of personal charisma on Catherine's part could have replicated alone. There is also a dimension of this story that involves money in ways that are somewhat uncomfortable to discuss plainly, but that the historical record makes unavoidable. The Guards culture of the mid-18th century had a remarkably consistent relationship with debt. Officers gambled. They gambled heavily, they gambled at games weighted against them, and they gambled in a social context where losing with visible equanimity was itself a point of honour, which meant that the financial consequences of bad luck could accumulate to extraordinary levels before anyone officially noticed a problem. This created a landscape in which a significant number of Guards officers were, at any given moment, carrying debts that represented real vulnerability, debts to other officers, to civilian creditors, to the informal lending networks that operated, in the spaces where official banking was inadequate. Catherine apparently paid some of these debts. Not all of them, not indiscriminately, but in specific cases where the debt was significant enough to constitute a real hold over someone, where clearing it would create genuine gratitude, and where the person involved was positioned to be useful. This was not payment for explicit agreement to participate in a future coup. It was the creation of obligation, which is a subtler and more durable thing than a contractual commitment. You can walk away from a contract, but the social weight of a clear debt, in a culture that took personal honour seriously, was considerably harder to shake off. The person whose debts Catherine had settled knew what they owed, in a social and moral sense, even if nothing explicit was ever said about what the settlement was for. Is this manipulative? Certainly, in a technical sense. Is it meaningfully different from the way political power has been built in virtually every human society that has left enough records to examine? Probably not. The building of political coalitions has always involved the management of debt, obligation, and reciprocal benefit. The 18th century was simply somewhat more direct about it than some other eras have been. The picture that emerges from all of this is of a political operation of genuine sophistication, running in parallel with Catherine's visible life as Grand Duchess for the better part of a decade. It was not a single conspiracy with a fixed plan. It was a relationship network being maintained and developed, capable of being activated when the moment required it, with no guarantee that the moment would ever arrive in a form that made activation viable. Catherine could not know, when she began building these connections in the late 1750s, exactly when or whether she would need them. She was creating optionality, the capacity to act if the situation demanded it, rather than executing a fixed plan with a predetermined timeline. This is actually a quite sophisticated approach to political uncertainty, and it's worth appreciating the discipline it required. A more impulsive person would have pushed for action sooner, when the situation was less favourable and the network less developed. A more passive person would have waited indefinitely, telling themselves that the time was never quite right. Catherine occupied the disciplined middle ground. She prepared continuously without committing to a specific timeline, and she held her nerve through a sequence of situations: Peter's various provocations, Elizabeth's declining health, the increasingly obvious collision course between Peter's governing style and the expectations of the Russian establishment, that must have made patience feel almost physically painful. The patience paid off. By the time Peter's reign actually began, and his behaviour started generating the specific reactions Catherine had been predicting for years, the network was as ready as it was going to get. The key people were in position. The relationships were solid. The moment had a shape. What is less often discussed in the context of the all-off network is the role of women, specifically of Catherine's own social network among the ladies of the court. The guards officers are the part of the story that attracts historical attention, because they are the ones who physically moved on the night of the coup. But Catherine's relationships with a number of court women, several of whom had their own connections to politically significant men, and who were in positions to observe and report on the movement of information through the court, were also part of the broader intelligence picture she was maintaining. She knew things, in the weeks and months leading up to the coup, about what Peter was planning and what various court factions were calculating. Things she was not supposed to know in any official sense. And some of that knowledge came through the informal communications networks that women of the 18th century court maintained, and that official historical accounts have consistently undervalued. The Russian court was, in information terms, a place where almost nothing stayed secret for very long, and almost everything was technically secret by official designation. The gap between these two realities was navigated daily by everyone who operated within it, and the navigation was done partly through the highly efficient informal channels that connected ladies-in-waiting, servants, clerks, and assorted court. Hangers-on in a network of gossip and observation that was, in its own way, one of the most reliable intelligence systems in the empire. Catherine had been embedded in this network for nearly 2 decades. She had cultivated it as carefully as she had cultivated the military connections, and it gave her a real-time picture of the court that was considerably more accurate than the official version. By early June 1762, that picture was telling her that time was running short in ways that went beyond the general deterioration of Peter's political position. Specific information was circulating, concerning Peter's intentions toward her, concerning plans that were being discussed in connection with the legitimacy question around her children, concerning the direction Peter was considering taking. Regarding the Holstein campaign, that moved the situation from eventually problematic to immediately urgent. The general pattern of 18 years of patient preparation was about to be overridden by a specific and pressing timeline. The network that Catherine had built was about to face the test it had been built for. Everything she had done, the language, the faith, the cultural assimilation, the long cultivation of court relationships, the specific investment in the guards world through the Orloff connection, the patient accumulation of goodwill and obligation, and aligned interest had been building toward a single point of application. The moment where preparation either converts into outcome or doesn't, where all the quiet years of work either justify themselves or evaporate in the specific heat of a night that doesn't go as planned. That night was coming in a matter of days, and Catherine, to judge by the accounts of people who saw her in the days immediately preceding it, was, to the extent that extraordinary self-possession can be read from the outside as calm, not because she was unaware of the stakes, because she had done the work, because the network was real, the relationships were solid, the moment was right, and 18 years of preparation had given her as good a claim to confidence as the circumstances allowed. She had bet everything on a very specific reading of a very complex situation, over a very long period of time, with no guarantee of the outcome and full awareness of the consequences of failure. History is full of people who prepared carefully for moments that never came, and people who seized moments they were entirely unprepared for. Catherine did the rare thing. She prepared for a moment that actually arrived, in a form that her preparation had made her ready for. That alignment of long preparation and timely opportunity is, in retrospect, one of the most striking features of the entire story. And it was not luck, or at least not mostly luck. It was the result of keeping yourself ready, for years, for something that might never happen, and refusing to let the absence of an immediate opportunity become an excuse for abandoning the readiness. By the end of the first week of July 1762, the readiness was about to become irrelevant. What mattered now was the execution. The summer of 1762 in the Russian imperial calendar had a quality of barely contained tension that people who were paying attention found difficult to ignore, and people who weren't paying attention found extremely inconvenient in retrospect. Peter's reign, by June, had managed the remarkable feat of simultaneously alienating the military establishment, the Orthodox Church, the court nobility, and the diplomatic community, which, when you think about it, covers essentially everyone whose opinion mattered in 18th century Russian political life. He had been emperor for 6 months. This was, by any reasonable measure, an efficient use of the available time. Catherine was at Peterhof, the imperial summer residence outside St. Petersburg, a palace complex of extraordinary visual ambition, all cascading fountains and gilded statues, and the kind of architectural confidence that communicates empire whether or not you're paying close attention. She had been moved there, somewhat pointedly, while Peter was staying elsewhere. The physical separation was not accidental. Peter had been making various noises about the future of their arrangement, none of them particularly comfortable to listen to, and the atmosphere around the imperial household had the specific quality of a situation approaching a decision point that no one had officially named yet. Catherine was sleeping, or attempting to sleep, which in June in the Russian north was its own particular challenge, since the white nights meant that even at 3 a.m. the sky held a strange, persistent twilight that the curtains in the palace dealt with in only approximate ways. It was around 5 a.m. by most accounts on the 28th of June when Alexei Orlov arrived. Alexei, for those who need a brief reintroduction, was Grigory's older brother and in several important respects the more immediately formidable of the two. Where Grigory was charming and warm, Alexei was direct in the manner of someone who had decided at an early age that social lubrication was an unnecessary expense of time and energy. He was large, physically substantial in the way that commanded attention without requiring any particular effort to command it, and he possessed the specific quality of calm that genuinely confident people have in situations where anxious people become demonstrably less useful. Later in his career he would acquire a reputation for actions that were, let's say, not always conducted with the delicacy one might prefer. But on the morning of June 28, 1762, he was exactly what the situation required, a person with an urgent message and no inclination to waste time delivering it. He woke Catherine with the directness that presumably made an impression. The message was not complicated. The situation had moved. It was time. What had moved the situation was a convergence of specific pressures. One of the conspirators had been arrested the day before, not on conspiracy charges specifically, but his detention created the particular kind of urgency that comes from knowing that someone in custody might, through various incentive mechanisms available to 18th century interrogators, eventually explain things that were currently unexplained. The timeline had been compressed from imminent to now, and now meant this morning, before the situation deteriorated further. Catherine dressed. This detail, which sounds trivially obvious, is worth a moment's attention, because getting dressed in the 18th century was not the private 5-minute operation it is today. The formal appearance of an empress in waiting involved a considerable architecture of fabric and structure. The kind of dressing that required assistance, took time, and under normal circumstances involved a specific protocol. On this morning the protocol was compressed dramatically. She dressed in morning clothes, black, which she apparently had immediately available, which may or may not have involved any advance planning, and climbed into the carriage that Alexei had brought. The drive to St. Petersburg took about an hour and a half. Catherine used the time, by her own account, to complete her preparation, both practical and psychological. There was nothing more to organise at this point. The network was either in place or it wasn't. The officers either understood what they were doing or they didn't. She had done, over the preceding years, everything that could be done in advance. What remained was the execution, and the execution now depended on variables she could not control. She arrived at the Izmailovsky Guards Regiment's barracks before the regiment was fully awake, which was either a stroke of logistical timing or simply a function of the journey having taken less time than expected. The guards came out, initially confused. Finding the wife of the reigning emperor at your barracks before sunrise is not a situation for which there is an established protocol, and confusion was a reasonable initial response. Then the regimental priest appeared, carrying a cross, and the regiment began to understand that this was not an ordinary morning call. The Izmailovsky guards swore allegiance to Catherine on the spot, in a ceremony that had the solemnity of something genuine and the speed of something that had been, in various ways, anticipated. From the Izmailovsky barracks, Catherine's party moved to the Semenovsky Guards, where the result was the same. Then to the Preobrazhensky Regiment, the oldest and most prestigious of the Russian Guards, founded by Peter the Great himself, whose institutional history and whose relationship to the concept of legitimate Russian power made their participation particularly significant. They also swore. They also, for what it's worth, participated with what the available accounts describe as genuine enthusiasm rather than reluctant compliance. This was not a frightened military establishment being coerced. It was one that had been making calculations for months and had arrived at conclusions that this morning was providing an opportunity to act on. By the time Catherine reached the Cathedral of Our Lady of Kazan in St. Petersburg, the shape of the day was already determined in all the ways that actually mattered. She was proclaimed Empress there, autocrat of all Russia, sole sovereign in the direct tradition of the great line of Russian rulers, in a service that was, given the circumstances, conducted with remarkable composure by everyone involved. The ecclesiastical establishment's participation was not incidental. The church had its own profound reasons for preferring Catherine over the emperor who had just stripped its lands, and the archbishop who led the service on that morning was not performing an act of reluctant compliance with a new political reality. He was expressing an institutional preference that had been building for months. What Catherine wore to this ceremony is a detail that sounds like a footnote but is not. She arrived at the Kazan Cathedral in the uniform of the Preobrazhensky Guards. Not a formal court gown, not the ceremonial dress of an empress in waiting, a military uniform, the same green coat, the same cut and symbolism as the regiment that had just sworn loyalty to her. This was an image choice of considerable deliberateness. It communicated in a single visual statement several things simultaneously: that her authority rested on military loyalty, that she understood and respected the Guard's institutional identity, that she was not positioning herself as a feminized alternative to military rule but as a commander in her own right. The portrait that was painted subsequently, Catherine on horseback in that uniform, reins in hand, expression composed, became one of the defining images of her reign. Not an accident, not exactly a spontaneous decision either. There is something worth sitting with here, the image of Catherine in uniform riding through St. Petersburg on the morning of the coup is one of those historical pictures that tends to appear in textbooks as a symbol of female power and determination, which it certainly was. But it was also a very specific piece of political communication directed at a very specific audience, the military establishment that had just made her empress and needed to see, in concrete and visible terms, that their bet had been placed on. Someone who understood their world. The uniform was a message. The horse was a message. The specific way she rode, and she rode well, having spent years developing exactly the kind of equestrian competence that would make this moment possible, was a message. Catherine understood image in the way that a modern political consultant might admire and would probably find slightly alarming in its precision. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Gulf of Finland, Peter was at Oranienbaum, another imperial residence, where he had been preparing for a campaign to recover Schleswig-Holstein for his German relatives, a military adventure that had been generating anxiety among the officer corps for months and that now, in light of the morning's events, was not going to happen. Peter received the news of Catherine's proclamation with what various accounts describe as a response somewhere between shock and collapse. He had apparently not seriously entertained the possibility that this specific morning was going to go this way. This is one of the more puzzling aspects of the entire situation, given the very public and very consistent signals that his governing approach had been generating, but it appears to have been genuinely the case. He wrote letters, he sent proposals. He offered concessions, to share power, to govern jointly, to introduce reforms, to make peace in the general sense of recognizing that things had gone badly and should be fixed. These offers were received by Catherine's camp with the careful attention they deserved, which was approximately none, because the situation had moved past the point where concessions were a relevant category of response. Peter had the resources available to mount a counter-response if he had acted immediately and with decision. There were troops at Oranienbaum that were loyal to him personally, and a sufficiently rapid and organised response in the first hours might have created a genuine contest. He did not act with decision. He vacillated, sent more letters, received advisors who told him various things, and generally behaved in the manner of someone who had not prepared for this moment in the way that Catherine had prepared for it. By the evening of June 28th it was over. Peter abdicated, formally in writing, and was taken into custody at the estate of Ropsha, a small property outside St. Petersburg. His Holstein guards were disarmed. His miniatures and Prussian figurines were presumably left at Oranienbaum without ceremony. The emperor, who had managed to alienate virtually every meaningful constituency in Russia in 6 months of rule, was, as of that evening, no longer emperor. The whole operation had taken less than a day. Now let's talk about what this actually required to accomplish, because the breathtaking speed of the thing is one of its most remarkable features, and it deserves more than a surface description. The fact that Catherine moved through multiple elite military regiments in the space of a single morning and secured their loyalty without a single shot being fired was not a function of good luck or social momentum or any other vague causal factor. It was a function of very specific preparation colliding with a very specific level of existing readiness in the people she was approaching. The Guards officers who swore loyalty at the barracks on the morning of June 28th were not making an impulsive decision in the moment. They had been making this decision incrementally, in small pieces, over months, evaluating the situation, calculating the probabilities, assessing the people involved and the likely outcomes of various choices. By the time Alexei Orlov was moving through St. Petersburg in the pre-dawn hours, the number of Guards officers who were genuinely undecided about which side to support was not large. What the morning provided was not persuasion but activation, the conversion of existing inclination into explicit commitment. This is why the operation moved so quickly and so smoothly. It was not a coup in the sense of a sudden violent seizure of power that caught everyone off guard. It was, in important respects, a formalization, a ceremony in which a decision that had already been reached in the informal networks of the Guards world was given official expression. The speed was actually evidence of how thoroughly the preparation had been done, not evidence of improvisation. That said, and this is worth acknowledging honestly, there were elements of genuine improvisation and genuine uncertainty on the night. The arrest of the conspirator the day before had compressed the timeline in ways that were not entirely comfortable. There were moments during the morning when the outcome was less than certain, when a regiment could theoretically have received the news differently, when Peter could have moved faster and with more decision, when some piece of the elaborate coordination could have failed to connect. Catherine was not operating in a situation of guaranteed success. She was operating in a situation of maximum possible preparation combined with irreducible uncertainty, which is the best situation available to anyone trying to do something this difficult. The fact that she proceeded under those conditions, that she got into the carriage before dawn and drove to St. Petersburg knowing that the network she'd built over years was either going to hold or wasn't, and that she would know the answer by the time the sun had fully risen, tells you something about her that is separate from the political intelligence and the strategic patience. It tells you about nerve, the capacity to act decisively at the moment of maximum uncertainty after years of disciplined waiting is not a common quality. It requires a particular kind of relationship with risk, not the recklessness that ignores it, but the willingness to accept that you have done what can be done and that continuing to wait is itself a choice with consequences. Catherine had that relationship with risk. She demonstrated it on the morning of June 28th in a way that left no ambiguity about the quality of her character, whatever other ambiguities her story would later generate. The coup had one more dimension that tends to get less attention than the military aspects, the administrative. Even as Catherine was moving through the guard barracks and riding to the Kazan Cathedral, other members of her coalition were securing the machinery of government. The Senate, which was the highest administrative body in the empire, was informed, and its members given the opportunity to swear loyalty, which they did more quickly than anyone who hadn't been observing the political weather closely might have. Expected. The various chancelleries and administrative offices of the capital received word and began the process of adjusting their records and operations to the new reality. Manifestos were drafted. Catherine had prepared texts in advance, which again speaks to the depth of the preparation, and these were distributed through the city with a speed that required an organized distribution network. The public response in St. Petersburg was, by most contemporary accounts, broadly positive, or at least broadly not negative, which in the circumstances was sufficient. The urban population of St. Petersburg had limited formal political power but considerable capacity for informal expression of opinion, and their response to the events of June 28th was one of the things that needed to be managed carefully. Catherine's team managed it by moving quickly enough that the situation was established before opposition, if any were forming, could organise itself. By the evening of June 28th, St. Petersburg had been given a new empress by the time most of its residents had finished their day. There is a detail about the manifesto that Catherine issued on the day of the coup that is worth examining, because it reveals the political intelligence operating at full capacity under extreme pressure. The document needed to accomplish several things simultaneously: justify what had just happened, establish Catherine's legitimacy, address the anxieties that had motivated the coup without inflaming the situation further, and avoid making promises that would later be impossible to keep. It was, in other words, a document that needed to be written by someone who understood the audience, the moment, and the constraints with considerable precision. It focused primarily on the threat to the Orthodox faith, the most broadly resonant of Peter's various miscalculations, and the one most likely to generate universal comprehension of the urgency. It invoked the welfare of the Russian state in general terms that were capacious enough to encompass most concerns without committing to specific remedies. It established Catherine's Russian identity, her Orthodox faith, her years of service to Russia, her commitment to the country, as the basis of her claim, rather than dynastic succession, which was a strategically sound choice since her dynastic claim was not exactly unimpeachable, and it was pitched in language that was accessible without being simplistic, clear enough to be understood broadly, sophisticated enough to satisfy the educated audience whose support she needed. She apparently wrote significant portions of it herself, or at minimum revised drafts with a directness of hand that was evident to later historians who examined the documents. This is consistent with everything else we know about how Catherine operated. She was not a passive recipient of advice, but an active participant in every dimension of her own political life, including the textual ones. By the end of June 28, 1762, the political situation in Russia had been comprehensively rearranged. The man who had been emperor that morning was in custody at Ropsha. The woman who had arrived in Russia 18 years earlier as a minor German princess with no army, no money, and no obvious claim on anything in particular was Empress. The question of what she would do with that position, how she would govern, what she would change, what she would preserve, how she would negotiate the extraordinary tensions between her Enlightenment ideals and the realities of the empire she had inherited, was just beginning to be answered. The coup was the end of one story and the beginning of another, longer, more complicated one. The achievement of power, as a long succession of historical rulers have discovered at varying costs, is always easier than the use of it. But there was something that had to be dealt with first, something that happened 1 week after the coup, in a small estate outside St. Petersburg, that would shadow everything that came afterward with a particular weight that no amount of political achievement would ever fully lift, something that Catherine never directly addressed and never quite escaped: the death of Peter III. The official explanation was hemorrhoidal colic, a phrase that has the specific quality of an explanation offered by someone who knew their audience was not going to believe it, but felt obligated to provide something plausible sounding regardless. Hemorrhoidal colic, understood in the 18th century medical context, referred to a range of abdominal conditions, and it was the kind of diagnosis that could be applied to almost anything if you needed to explain a sudden, unexpected death. Without going into specifics, the Russian court of 1762 was sophisticated enough to understand what it actually meant when a deposed emperor in the custody of his successor's people died of hemorrhoidal colic a week after his capture. They understood it, and they filed it, and most of them had the good sense not to say anything about it too loudly. Alexei Orlov was at Ropsha. He wrote a letter to Catherine, a letter that has survived, though its precise meaning has been debated by historians for 2.5 centuries, that described what happened in terms that were either a confused account of an accidental death during a struggle or, depending on how you read it, something more deliberate. The letter is agitated, apparently written under some duress, and notably short on the kind of clarity that would allow a definitive conclusion. Alexei asked for Catherine's forgiveness. Catherine apparently provided it, along with a fairly substantial financial reward, which is the kind of response that tends to inform subsequent interpretation. What did Catherine know in advance? What did she authorize? What did she simply not prevent? These questions have generated considerable historical debate and no definitive answers, because the evidence that would resolve them was either never created or was subsequently managed in ways that preserved ambiguity. Catherine, throughout the rest of her reign, maintained a position of studied silence on the subject, neither confessing nor denying, neither expressing grief nor performing the kind of theatrical shock that would have been equally unconvincing. She ordered a formal investigation that produced inconclusive results and was not pursued with any particular vigour. The most honest assessment, based on what the historical record actually contains, is this: Peter's death was convenient. It occurred in circumstances that were entirely within Catherine's ability to control if she chose to. She appears to have had advanced knowledge that the situation at Ropsha was deteriorating in dangerous directions, and she took no action to prevent what happened. Whether that constitutes direct authorization, indirect authorization, or simply a decision not to intervene in something that served her interests, that is a distinction that the evidence does not allow us to draw with confidence. What it does allow us to say is that the death attached itself to Catherine's reign immediately and permanently, in the way that inconvenient truths attach themselves to powerful people, not eliminating them or defining them entirely, but requiring constant management and generating a particular kind of vulnerability that never fully resolves. Every political opponent Catherine ever faced had this piece of her biography available to use. Every foreign diplomat who dealt with her conducted their negotiations in its shadow. Every portrait and manifesto and legislative achievement had to be understood in the context of the story that had made them possible. She dealt with it the way she dealt with most difficult things, by continuing to act. By producing, through the substance of her governing, a record that was complex and large enough to require consideration on its own terms, rather than simply as a footnote to the coup. By building, over 34 years, an empire and a legacy that could not be reduced to what happened at Ropsha in July of 1762, even though it could not be entirely separated from it either. This is, depending on how you look at it, either a remarkable achievement of will and statecraft or a sustained exercise in denial. The honest answer is probably that it was both, simultaneously, and that Catherine was smart enough to know it. The throne she had secured at such extraordinary cost, moral, political, personal, was now hers. The question was what she would build on it. She had opinions about that. Very detailed, very ambitious, very specific opinions. And she was finally, after 18 years of watching and waiting and preparing, in a position to start acting on them. The empire was enormous, complicated, unequal, and in serious need of the kind of governance it had not consistently received. Catherine intended to provide it. The degree to which she succeeded, the ways in which she fell short, and the places where the gap between her ideals and her actual decisions remains genuinely difficult to evaluate, all of that is the story of the next 34 years. That story starts now. But before we leave the night of the coup entirely behind, there are several things that happened in the hours and days immediately following that deserve examination, because they reveal how Catherine understood the transition from seizing power to consolidating it, which are, despite appearing sequential, actually quite different problems. The first thing to note is that Catherine did not sleep on the night of June 28th. Or rather, she may have slept briefly in the early morning hours before Alexei arrived, but after that she was moving continuously, through the barracks, through the cathedral ceremony, through the administrative work of the morning, and then into the evening, which brought its own demands. There were audiences to be given, oaths to be administered, letters to be written, dispatches to be sent to Russia's ambassadors in various European capitals, explaining the change of government in terms that would minimize diplomatic disruption while making the new reality unmistakably clear. The machinery of empire does not pause for an empress to collect herself after a coup. The ambassadors' dispatches are actually an interesting window into how Catherine managed the optics of the transition at the international level. The European courts were going to learn what had happened within days. Diplomatic information travelled slowly, but not that slowly, and the framing of that information mattered. Catherine's people sent word that presented the change as a response to emergency, to Peter's manifest unsuitability, to the genuine threat he posed to Orthodox Christianity and Russian national stability. The implicit argument was that Russia had not undergone a coup in the destabilizing sense, a sudden violent transfer of power that suggested institutional weakness, but rather a correction, a restoration of proper order by the military and religious establishments in the face of a genuine governance crisis. Whether the European courts found this framing convincing varied by court and by how much they had been paying attention to Russian affairs. Frederick of Prussia, who had every reason to be unhappy about the political change, since Peter's replacement meant the end of the extraordinarily favourable peace terms he had recently enjoyed, received the news with characteristic equanimity and began calculating what Catherine's likely foreign policy priorities would be. He concluded correctly that she would not be a Prussian ally but might be persuadable toward a kind of armed neutrality that served both countries' interests. He was right about this, as it turned out, which says something about his political intelligence even under unfavourable circumstances. The French were cautious. The Austrians were cautiously optimistic, since they had found Peter's pro-Prussian enthusiasms alarming, and had no particular reason to expect Catherine would share them. The British observed with professional interest and sent careful dispatches back to London, suggesting that the new Empress appeared to be a person of intelligence, and that further assessment was warranted before committing to any particular. Diplomatic posture. Nobody in any European capital officially objected. There were no demands for Peter's restoration, no expressions of outrage at the illegality of the proceedings, no collective European response that treated the coup as a violation of dynastic legitimacy that required sanction. This silence was itself significant. It reflected the accumulated diplomatic reality of the preceding years, that Peter had generated so little goodwill and so much anxiety among neighbouring powers that his removal was, by most calculations, not obviously bad news. The international community, such as it was prepared to proceed with Catherine. This acceptance mattered enormously for the stability of her new reign, and it had not been accidental. Catherine had been managing the impressions she made on foreign diplomats since before she held any power, cultivating intellectual relationships, demonstrating her understanding of European affairs, making it clear through years of conversation, and correspondence that she was a figure of substance, and not simply the decorative wife of an embarrassing emperor. The diplomats who received the coup dispatches in late June and early July 1762 had, in many cases, been forming opinions about Catherine for years. Those opinions were, by and large, favourable. The diplomatic smooth landing after the coup was partly a product of the coup's execution, but partly also a product of the relationship building she had done long before the coup was a concrete possibility. Inside Russia, the first days of Catherine's reign were characterised by a combination of celebration and administrative urgency that she navigated with the same quality of sustained attention she had been deploying since June 28th. There were rewards to be distributed. The Orloff brothers received titles, lands, and financial grants appropriate to the scale of their contribution, and Catherine was generous in ways that were both genuine and politically careful. Being seen to reward loyalty generously was not simply fairness. It was a message to everyone observing that loyalty to Catherine was an investment that paid visible dividends. There were also, less pleasantly, people who needed to be managed, individuals who had been too closely associated with Peter's regime, who had made statements or taken positions that now required recalibration. Catherine's approach to this problem was notably measured. She did not conduct purges. She did not exile or execute the people who had served Peter or expressed loyalty to him, with a few specific exceptions that were driven by particular circumstances rather than general principle. She offered to most of the officials who had served under her husband the opportunity to continue in their positions under her. This was both generous and practical. Destroying the administrative apparatus of the empire along with the previous emperor would have been disruptive in ways that served no one's interests, and demonstrating that she was capable of governing without. Vindictiveness was itself a signal about the kind of reign she intended to run. The exceptions to this general clemency were few but notable. Certain individuals whose continued presence in positions of influence represented specific dangers to the stability of the new government were moved, quietly, to positions where they could not cause problems. This was done without drama and without excessive punishment, removed from court, reassigned to provincial positions, relieved of specific responsibilities without being destroyed. It was the 18th century equivalent of a corporate restructuring, and Catherine conducted it with the same methodical efficiency she brought to everything else. One of the more delicate immediate problems of the new reign was the question of the surviving Romanov adjacents, whose existence complicated the clarity of Catherine's succession. Ivan VI, the infant emperor from decades earlier, who had spent most of his life in isolated confinement at Schlüsselburg fortress, was still alive in the summer of 1762. He had been imprisoned since he was a toddler, had grown up in conditions that had left him mentally and emotionally damaged by virtually all accounts, and represented a potential legitimacy problem of the most direct kind. There was a living male, with a Romanov connection sitting in a cell, and anyone who wanted to challenge Catherine's rule had a human symbol they could theoretically rally around. Catherine visited Schlüsselburg personally to assess the situation. What she found there, a man whose isolation had been so complete and so prolonged that meaningful restoration to any kind of functional public role was essentially impossible, confirmed that Ivan was not a practical threat in the immediate term. He was retained in confinement under conditions that were, if anything, slightly improved from what they had been. Catherine left explicit instructions about what should happen if anyone attempted a rescue, instructions that were, 2 years later, acted upon in the way that such instructions tend to be acted upon. But that event and its implications belong to a different point in the story. What matters here is the nature of the decision Catherine faced and how she navigated it. The existence of Ivan was a genuine problem with no comfortable solutions. Releasing him was impossible. The destabilizing potential was too great, and the humanitarian considerations, though real, were complicated by the fact that the person who would be released bore little resemblance, in any functional sense, to the person who had been imprisoned. Executing him without cause was something Catherine apparently found genuinely repugnant, as well as politically risky. Leaving him in confinement while quietly improving his conditions was the option she chose, and it was probably the least bad of the available choices, even if it remained deeply uncomfortable. This was Catherine's governing life in miniature, situations with no clean solutions, requiring choices between various degrees of imperfection, navigated with as much intelligence and as much genuine consideration for the competing claims involved, as the circumstances allowed. She was not a perfect ruler. She would make large errors of judgment during her reign, maintain institutions that her own stated values condemned, and produce policies that achieved important goals through methods that her Enlightenment reading should have made her question more rigorously. But she was a serious one, and seriousness, the genuine engagement with difficulty rather than the performance of engagement while pursuing an easier path, is not actually as common as one would hope among people who hold power. The coup had been the most concentrated, most visible expression of everything she was capable of. It had demonstrated strategic patience, political intelligence, personal courage, organizational ability, and the capacity for decisive action at the right moment. These were real qualities, and they were about to be deployed on a scale that the coup itself, dramatic as it was, had only hinted at. The governance of the largest country in Europe over 34 years, with all the contradictions and compromises and genuine achievements that entailed, that was the real test. The coup was just the entrance exam. She had passed it comprehensively. The coursework was just beginning. The previous chapter ended with Peter in custody at Ropsha, and Catherine beginning the administrative work of actually governing the empire she had just seized. We covered the mechanics of what happened, the letter from Alexei, the official explanation that convinced no one, the studied silence Catherine maintained on the subject for the rest of her life. What we haven't yet examined is what that silence cost. Not in the immediate political sense, Catherine managed the fallout with characteristic competence, but in the longer, stranger sense of what it means to begin a reign on a foundation with a crack in it. How you build on that. Whether the building ever fully covers what's underneath. The short version is, it doesn't. But the way Catherine dealt with that irreducible truth is one of the more instructive things about her as a ruler, and it deserves real examination rather than a quick moral verdict. Let's start with the political geography of the problem, because it was genuinely complex in ways that go beyond simple questions of guilt or innocence. Catherine's claim to the Russian throne was, from a strictly dynastic perspective, not obvious. She was not a Romanov by birth, she had no Russian blood. Her claim rested entirely on her marriage to Peter, which was, of course, the marriage of a man she had just deposed, and whose subsequent death had occurred in her custody, in circumstances that, to put it with maximum charity, she had not actively prevented. The formal legitimacy of her position depended on the coup and the loyalty oaths of the Guards regiments, which were politically real and functionally sufficient, but were not the kind of dynastic certainty that kings of England or France took for. Granted, a legitimate hereditary monarch who faces a serious internal challenge can point to centuries of unbroken succession as the ultimate argument for their right to rule. Catherine could point to the morning of June 28, 1762, which was impressive but somewhat more recent. This is not to say her hold on power was fragile. By the end of 1762, it was, in practical terms, quite solid. But the nature of how it had been acquired meant that its justification had to be perpetually renewed through performance, rather than simply asserted through inheritance. She could not govern badly and then fall back on the argument that God had placed her on the throne, and therefore her subjects were obligated to endure the results. Every decision she made, every policy she advanced, every war she fought was implicitly also an argument for the legitimacy of the position from which she was making it. Other rulers had the luxury of separating their personal competence from their institutional right to rule. Catherine had somewhat less luxury in that direction, and she knew it. Peter's death concentrated and clarified this dynamic in a way that nothing else could have. The hemorrhoidal colic explanation was not simply a political cover story, though it was certainly that. It was also a statement of intention. We are going to proceed as though this question has been answered satisfactorily, and anyone who disagrees is invited to examine the alternative very carefully before expressing their disagreement. This was the kind of settlement that 17th and 18th century politics produced routinely for questions that could not be resolved more cleanly, and it worked in the sense that the reign continued and stabilized and eventually produced results that gave people other things to think about. But it did not disappear. Political facts of this kind don't disappear. They go underground. They become the substrate beneath the official version of events, and they surface whenever the official version becomes vulnerable. Foreign diplomats wrote about it in private correspondence while maintaining correct official behavior. Domestic opponents kept it available as a potential tool to be deployed when circumstances permitted. Foreign powers that wanted leverage over Catherine for diplomatic reasons could and occasionally did introduce the topic, not quite accusingly, but with a precision that communicated exactly the intended message. And there was a broader informal conversation about it that moved through the educated classes of Europe, with the persistence of a story that everyone knows is not fully told. Catherine's response to this situation was not to fight it directly. That would have been both undignified and counterproductive, since direct engagement would have given the question more currency than it had on its own. But to proceed with such conspicuous, documented, substantial achievement that the question of what happened at Ropsha became, over time, one element of a much larger and more complicated picture rather than the entire picture. This is a strategy that requires enormous output. You cannot bury a difficult truth with rhetoric or ceremony. You can only genuinely displace it with a record that demands evaluation on its own terms, and the record has to be real. Catherine committed to producing that record from the very beginning of her reign, and it is worth looking at what that commitment actually looked like in practice, not in the grand sweep of territorial expansion and legislative reform, but in the everyday texture of how she governed, because the texture is where the commitment either proves itself genuine or reveals itself as performance. She worked, firstly, with an intensity that was remarkable by any standard of 18th century royal practice, and would be notable even today. She rose early, consistently, structurally early, the kind of early that is not occasional virtue but ingrained habit, and began the day's business before most of the court was functional. She read dispatches herself rather than relying entirely on summaries prepared by intermediaries. She wrote enormous quantities of letters, orders, notes, and marginalia. The paper trail she left behind is one of the most extensive in 18th century European royal history, not because her secretaries were thorough, but because she generated it personally and at volume. She had opinions about things that most monarchs delegated entirely to specialists, not just foreign policy and military affairs, but legislation, cultural institutions, educational reform, provincial administration, the management of individual cases that came to her attention and struck her as significant. This is not, it should be said, the behaviour pattern of someone who simply enjoys paperwork. It is the behaviour pattern of someone who understands that the legitimacy of their position is constructed through the evidence of their engagement with it. Every decision Catherine made personally, every dispatch she annotated in her own hand, every audience she gave to a petitioner whose case would ordinarily have been handled 3 levels down the administrative hierarchy, these were all, simultaneously, acts of governance and acts of legitimation. The pile of paper was the argument. She was also, in a more personal dimension, dealing with something that does not get much attention in the political histories, but that the psychological evidence of her correspondence and diaries suggests was genuinely present. The specific discomfort of a person who has done something they would prefer under other circumstances not to have done. Catherine was not a woman without a conscience. The Enlightenment reading, the correspondence with philosophers, the evident genuine engagement with questions of justice and human dignity, these were not ornaments. They were evidence of a mind that took moral questions seriously, and a mind that takes moral questions seriously and is in possession of the specific biography Catherine had acquired by July of 1762 is going to have a complicated internal life. The evidence for this is indirect but consistent. She threw herself into work in ways that go beyond even the demands of governing a large empire. She was, by the accounts of people close to her, someone who did not manage solitude particularly well. Not in the obvious neurotic sense of someone fleeing self-awareness, but in the more interesting sense of someone who found sustained quiet. Activity less comfortable than sustained engagement with the world. She maintained an extraordinary level of personal correspondence with philosophers, foreign rulers, diplomats, artists, scientists, and an assortment of other people whose connection to Russian imperial governance was, in some cases, oblique, that served obvious political purposes but also clearly served as the kind of continuous intellectual conversation that functions as a substitute for the internal conversation one is not quite having. None of this is unique to Catherine. It is, in various forms, recognizable in the biographies of many powerful people who have carried difficult moral weight as the price of their achievement. What makes Catherine's case particularly interesting is the quality of awareness she brought to it. She was not naive about what her biography contained. She was not performing a guilt that she didn't feel in order to manage impressions, nor was she suppressing a guilt that she did feel in ways that produced obvious behavioral symptoms. She was doing something more complicated. She was integrating what she had done into an ongoing understanding of herself that remained functional and productive, which required a level of psychological sophistication that deserves acknowledgement even if it doesn't resolve the moral questions. The political dimension of the problem became considerably more acute about a decade into her reign, when it was joined by a second related complication. The existence of a person who claimed to be the dead Peter III was, in the 18th century political landscape, an essentially permanent possibility. Not because such claims were inherently credible, but because the official account of Peter's death had left enough shadow around its edges that alternative narratives could survive. Several people claimed to be Peter at various points during Catherine's reign, with varying degrees of sophistication and varying degrees of support. Most of them were dealt with efficiently, which is to say quietly and without much public drama. The one who became a genuine crisis was Yemelyan Pugachev, a Don Cossack who announced in 1773 that he was, in fact, the rightful Tsar, the genuine Peter III, who had miraculously survived the events at Ropsha and had been living in hiding, awaiting the moment to reclaim his throne. Pugachev was not a sophisticated political actor in the sense of being a careful strategist or an accomplished administrator. He was something considerably more dangerous, a genuinely charismatic leader who understood, with intuitive precision, what the people around him were angry about and what they needed to hear. He was also, from a certain perspective, a kind of dark mirror held up to Catherine's own success story. She had used the image she projected, of Russian cultural authenticity, of genuine commitment to the country and its people, to build the coalition that made the coup possible. Pugachev used a different image, of the wronged Tsar returned from exile, of legitimate authority restored against the corrupt court that had stolen it, to build a coalition of his own. The mechanics were different, the constituencies were different, the ultimate resources available to each were dramatically different. But the underlying structure, using a projected identity and a resonant narrative to build loyalty in people who had reasons to want to believe it, was not entirely unlike. The rebellion Pugachev led was, by any measure, one of the most serious domestic crises of Catherine's reign. He gathered an army that, at its peak, numbered somewhere between 30 and 100,000. The estimates vary considerably depending on the source and the moment in the campaign, drawn primarily from Cossacks, serfs, factory workers in the Ural region, and various other populations who had accumulated grievances against the existing order with the patient efficiency of people who have had a long time to accumulate them. He captured cities, he executed nobles. He issued proclamations that promised the serfs their freedom, the Cossacks their traditional autonomy, and various other constituencies the specific things they most wanted to hear, which, it should be noted, he delivered to the constituencies. Actually in his control while he held them, at least in the limited sense of suspending the usual obligations for the duration of the occupation. The threat was not primarily military in the narrow sense, though the military dimensions were genuinely serious. The deeper threat was to the narrative legitimacy that Catherine had been constructing since the coup. If the empire that the Enlightenment Empress was supposedly reforming and enlightening was so comprehensively miserable for so many of its people that they were willing to join a rebellion under a man claiming to be the husband she had deposed, then the gap between the official story and the actual experience of Russia was considerably larger than the public relations operation could sustain. Catherine's response to this challenge had two components, and they operated in some tension with each other. The first was military: suppress the rebellion, capture Pugachev, and handle the aftermath with a combination of punishment and deliberate measured restraint that demonstrated capacity for firm response without the kind of blanket terror that would have been both morally ugly and practically counterproductive. The military response was ultimately successful. Pugachev was captured in 1774 and executed in Moscow in early 1775 in a public ceremony that was notably less brutal than the standard Russian practice for treasonous rebellion, which was itself a signal about the register in which Catherine intended to frame the event. The second component was more complicated. The rebellion had exposed, in terms that were very difficult to dismiss, the specific contradiction that had been present in Catherine's governing project since the beginning, that she was applying Enlightenment principles to the governance of a country whose economic foundation was a system of coerced labour that the Enlightenment was quite specifically opposed to. Voltaire wrote about human dignity. Catherine corresponded with Voltaire. The serfs whose labour paid for the palaces and the libraries and the art collections and the military campaigns were not, in the relevant philosophical literature, supposed to be anyone's property. The contradiction was not invisible to Catherine. She knew it. She had known it since she began reading the philosophers in the Grand Ducal years, and she had been finding various ways to live with the knowledge ever since. The Pugachev rebellion made it politically undeniable, not just a theoretical inconsistency but a practical crisis, a demonstration that the people at the bottom of the Russian social structure were not simply passive participants in a system that inconvenienced them, but human beings with the capacity to collectively express, through the only channels practically available to them, a profound rejection of the arrangements under which they lived. Her response to this demonstration was, and remains, one of the most criticised elements of her reign. She did not abolish serfdom. She did not significantly ameliorate the conditions of the serfs. She did, in certain respects, extend and consolidate the nobility's control over the serf population in the years following the rebellion, not out of ideological enthusiasm for the institution, but out of a calculation that the stability of the nobility's support was the foundation without which the rest of the reform project could not proceed, and that the moment following a major serf rebellion was not the politically propitious moment for dramatic redistributive reform. This calculation was probably correct in the narrow political sense. It was also, in the broader moral and historical sense, one of the places where the gap between Catherine's stated principles and her actual decisions was most clearly visible. The arguments she made to herself, and which she made in various forms in her correspondence and writings, were not dishonest. They were the real arguments of a real person trying to navigate a genuine political constraint. But they were also the arguments of someone who had found a way to make the convenient conclusion look like the principled one, which is a move that thoughtful people have been making about difficult structural problems for as long as thoughtful. People and difficult structural problems have coexisted. The Enlightenment philosophers she corresponded with were, for the most part, geographically distant from the practical consequences of the system they were criticising. Voltaire, from his estate in France, could afford to be quite clear about the moral unacceptability of serfdom. Catherine, governing an empire where the gentry's cooperation was the practical prerequisite for functioning administration, faced a more immediate constraint. This is true, and it is not an entirely unsympathetic position. But it is also true that powerful people have always found practical constraints very convincingly when the constraints align with the preservation of their own authority, and somewhat less convincingly when they don't. The Pugachev rebellion thus becomes, in retrospect, the moment when the crack in Catherine's foundation, the one that had been there since July 1762, broke to the surface in a different form. It was not about Peter anymore, or not primarily. It was about what Peter's death had made possible, the reign of a brilliant, well-read, reform-minded autocrat who was nevertheless an autocrat, governing a system of mass unfreedom, using the language of enlightenment to administer an arrangement. That enlightenment was supposed to be dismantling. The uncomfortable truth is that Catherine's reign produced both things simultaneously, and they cannot be neatly separated. She built the Hermitage, which began as her personal art collection and grew into one of the great cultural repositories of human civilization, housed in palaces of extraordinary beauty that were accessible to the educated public in ways that were genuinely innovative for their time. She also governed a country where millions of people could be sold along with the land they worked. Both of these things were Catherine, both were her reign. The standard move, to focus on one and minimize the other, is not really available to an honest account. What is available, and what is historically accurate, is to observe that she took the contradiction seriously enough to be genuinely conflicted by it, rather than simply dismissing it as irrelevant. The nakaz, the instruction she wrote for the legislative commission she convened in 1767, which we'll examine in detail in the next chapter, was a document that engaged directly and at length with questions of law, justice, and the proper relationship between the state and its subjects. It cited Montesquieu and Beccaria extensively. It made arguments about the necessity of law being reasonable and humane. It was, as a piece of political philosophy, genuinely impressive and not simply performative. It was also a document produced by the same person who would, a decade later, take no meaningful action on the fundamental structural problem the Pugachev rebellion had just illustrated at enormous human cost. Both the nakaz and the post-Pugachev inaction were Catherine. Reconciling them is not possible in the sense of making them perfectly consistent. They aren't. But understanding them together, as expressions of the same intelligence operating under genuine constraint, while also taking genuine advantage of that constraint, produces a more accurate and more interesting portrait than either the hagiographic version or the simply damning one. There is one more dimension of the Crown's price that deserves attention before we move on, and it lives in the specific territory of Catherine's own account of herself. She wrote extensively, privately, about her life and her reign, memoirs, diaries, letters that she must have known would eventually be read by posterity, even when she wrote as though they were private. The picture she constructed in these writings is intelligent, self-aware, occasionally quite funny about her own limitations and eccentricities, and notable for the things it doesn't say as much as for what it does. She doesn't talk about Ropsha. Not in the way you'd expect someone to talk about something that had actually cost them morally, not the defensive silence of someone suppressing something they know is indefensible, but not the direct engagement you'd expect from someone who genuinely considered it either a necessary act or a tragic accident. It sits in her self-presentation as a gap, an absence with a specific shape, and the shape of an absence tells you almost as much as its content would have. The life she chose to document extensively was the life of ideas, of governance, of cultural achievement, of the long project of making Russia into something that deserved the word great in the same breath as the word empire. The Hermitage, collection, the legislative projects, the military victories, the correspondence with the best minds of Europe, the educational reforms, the provincial reorganization, the land expansion. This was the case she was making, in her own words, for herself, and it is an impressive case, genuinely. The record she built is remarkable by any standard of historical achievement, and she knew it and documented it accordingly. The death at Ropsha is not in that documentation. It is, in the only account she fully controlled, simply not there. This is not amnesia or denial in any clinical sense. It is a choice, a decision about what her life was at bottom about, and what did not belong in the final account. Whether that choice was justified is the kind of question that reasonable people disagree about, and which probably says as much about the person answering as about Catherine herself. What is not a matter of reasonable disagreement is that the choice had a cost. Ruling from the position she occupied, built on a coup that ended in a convenient death that she never fully acknowledged, required a kind of continuous performance of legitimacy through achievement that was exhausting in ways she occasionally allowed herself to admit in private correspondence. The alternative to that performance was to let the questions define her, and that she was never willing to do. The cost of the crown ultimately was this, that she could never entirely stop paying for it. That every year of her reign, every achievement she accumulated, every piece of the magnificent imperial project she was building, all of it was also part of an argument she had to keep making to her contemporaries and to herself about why the person who had taken the throne in June of 1762 had deserved to keep it. The argument was genuine. The achievements were real. The record she built over 34 years was one of the most substantial governing records of the 18th century. None of that made the crown light. It just made it worth wearing. She wore it anyway. That is, in the end, both the most complex and the most straightforward thing you can say about Catherine the Great. She knew what it cost, and she paid, and she kept going, because stopping was never really on the list of available options. The empire she was building, the specific, ambitious, contradictory, genuinely impressive empire of the Enlightenment era, was now fully in her hands, and there was a great deal she wanted to do with it. There is a specific quality that attaches itself to power acquired through irregular means, not universally and not permanently, but as a default condition that requires active management to prevent it from becoming defining. It is the quality of provisionality. The sense, in the minds of observers, that what has been established by force or maneuver might equally be undone by force or maneuver, and that the person holding power knows this and is, at some level, always aware of the contingency of their position. Catherine understood this quality and invested considerable energy in transforming it. The tools available for this kind of transformation in the 18th century were limited compared to what a modern government would deploy. No sophisticated media management, no polling data, no focus groups to tell you which messages were landing. But the underlying logic was not so different. You needed to make the fact of your power so established, so woven into the functional reality of the state, so associated with genuine and visible achievement, that the question of how it was originally acquired became progressively less relevant to the people whose cooperation made governance possible. The coronation was the first formal act in this transformation. Catherine was crowned Empress of all Russia on September 22, 1762, in the Cathedral of the Dormition in Moscow, the traditional location for Russian coronations, chosen with deliberate attention to the symbolic weight of continuity. The ceremony was conducted with extraordinary splendour, which was not simply an expression of imperial vanity, but a precise political communication. This is real, this is legitimate, this has the weight of tradition, and God, and the Orthodox Church behind it, and anyone contemplating an alternative is going to need to account for all of that in their calculations. Moscow itself was significant. Catherine's power base was in St. Petersburg, the guards regiments, the court nobility, the administrative machinery of the modern empire that Peter the Great had built on the Baltic shore. Moscow was something older and in some ways more Russian, the ancient capital, the spiritual centre, the city that carried the accumulated memory of Muscovite traditions that predated the Petrine transformation. By choosing to be crowned in Moscow with appropriate ceremony, Catherine was claiming a connection to that older Russia, as well as to the modernized St. Petersburg version. It was an inclusive symbolism, and it was not accidental. The months following the coronation were characterized by a cascade of appointments, proclamations, and institutional adjustments that communicated the texture of the new reign before any of its major policies had been articulated. Catherine was swift in establishing that the people she appointed had been chosen on recognizable grounds of competence and loyalty, rather than personal favoritism in the more obvious sense. She was visible in her administrative work in ways that contrasted sharply with Peter's governing style. She gave audiences, read documents, issued decisions with a consistency that told observers something real about the kind of operation she intended to run. She was also managing, throughout this period, the specific challenge of the European reputation, which was, for reasons that should be clear by now, somewhat complicated. The continental powers had accepted the fait accompli of the coup with varying degrees of enthusiasm, and had proceeded to deal with the new Russian Empress on diplomatic terms. But the social and intellectual sphere was a different matter. The salons of Paris, the correspondence networks of the Republic of Letters, the informal conversation of educated Europe, these operated on a different timeline and with different standards of evidence than diplomatic recognition, and they were. reaching their own conclusions about Catherine at their own pace. The Enlightenment philosophers were, as a group, somewhat conflicted. On one hand, here was an apparently genuine patroness of their ideas, a monarch who actually read Montesquieu, who claimed to be governing by rational principles, who collected art and books and welcomed intellectuals. On the other hand, she had seized power through a coup in which her husband had died, in circumstances that even the most optimistic interpretation struggled to describe as straightforwardly accidental, and she was governing a country whose serf system was a standing rebuke to everything the philosophes claimed to stand for. The tension between these two realities produced, in the Enlightenment correspondence of the 1760s and 1770s, some of the more interesting epistolary contortions in the history of European letters. Voltaire, who is the most famous case, resolved the tension through a combination of genuine admiration for some of what Catherine was doing and a remarkable capacity to not look too closely at the parts that were harder to admire. His letters to her are warm, witty, occasionally sycophantic in ways that reflect more credit on her intelligence than on his independence, and notably silent on the subjects that would have been most uncomfortable to address. He called her the North Star and the Great Catherine and the benefactress of Europe, which are the kinds of epithets that provide a person with extremely convenient quotations for official portraits, but don't necessarily represent the full range of one's privately held views. Catherine managed this relationship with characteristic precision. She understood what Voltaire's enthusiasm was worth, not as a reflection of truth but as a currency, a form of international endorsement that had real value in the diplomatic and cultural marketplace where her reign's reputation was being constructed. She provided him with flattery, information, and the particular pleasure of feeling that one's ideas were being taken seriously by the most powerful woman in Europe. He provided her with the kind of publicity that no amount of official proclamation could replicate. It was a genuinely useful exchange for both parties, and they both knew it, and neither of them was under any illusion that it was something other than what it was, which made it, in its way, an entirely honest arrangement. Diderot was a different and more interesting case. He actually came to St. Petersburg in 1773, the only one of the major French philosophes to actually make the trip rather than admiring Russia from a comfortable distance, and his visits with Catherine, which apparently went on for hours at a stretch and ranged across an enormous variety of subjects, produced something that was more genuinely mutual than the Voltaire correspondence. Catherine reportedly found Diderot exhausting in the best possible sense. He was the kind of interlocutor who would follow an idea wherever it led, and expected you to keep up, and she appears to have enjoyed the challenge considerably. Their conversations about governance, philosophy, and the Russian situation were apparently substantive enough that Catherine felt obligated, at one point, to gently note that it was rather easier to construct ideal systems from a philosophical study than from a throne where the actual consequences of every decision had to be managed. Diderot took this fairly well, which suggests he was more receptive to criticism than some of his contemporaries. The encounters with these philosophers are not simply biographical colour. They illuminate something important about how Catherine was managing the weight of the crown's price. The correspondence and the visits were, among other things, a sustained argument that her reign was the serious intellectual and moral project she claimed it to be. Every letter to Voltaire, every conversation with Diderot, every art purchase for the Hermitage collection was evidence, not proof, but evidence, that the person who had deposed her husband and governed a serf economy was also genuinely engaged with the ideas that condemned serfdom and demanded better governance than history generally provided. The evidence was real, so was the tension it existed within. Neither cancelled the other out. The domestic political dimension of this period, the middle years of the reign, roughly the 1760s and 1770s, involved Catherine in a series of projects that had both genuine policy substance and the implicit function of building the case for her. Legitimacy through demonstrable achievement. The Legislative Commission of 1767, to which she presented the nakaz, was the most ambitious. She had spent years writing the instruction, drawing from Montesquieu, Beccaria, and other sources, and it ran to over 500 articles covering the principles she believed should govern Russian law. The commission it was meant to guide ultimately produced no new legal code, which was a significant practical failure. But the nakaz itself was translated into multiple languages and circulated across Europe, and its reception in the intellectual community was everything Catherine had hoped for. It was treated as evidence of a governing philosophy that was worth taking seriously, and it generated the kind of international attention that was useful whether or not it translated into domestic legislation. The cynical reading of the nakaz is that it was primarily a public relations exercise, impressive to European audiences, non-threatening to Russian nobles, operationally consequential in almost nothing. This reading is not entirely wrong. But it is not entirely right either, because it treats the philosophical content as purely instrumental and ignores the evidence that Catherine genuinely believed in what she was writing. The philosophical engagement was real. The practical limitations on implementing it were also real. Both things were true simultaneously, in the way that the most interesting historical situations always contain contradictions that resist resolution. The art collection, which would eventually become the Hermitage, tells a similar story. Catherine began purchasing paintings seriously in the early years of her reign, initially acquiring large collections that had come onto the market when their previous owners needed liquidity, and subsequently becoming a systematic and sophisticated collector whose purchases were driven by genuine connoisseurship, as well as by the political value of being known as a major European patron. By the time of her death, she'd assembled over 4,000 paintings, 38,000 books, 10,000 engraved gems, 16,000 coins, and various other collections whose scale would have required an inventory to fully appreciate. This was not the hobby of an insecure person compensating for something. It was the project of someone who genuinely loved art and books and beautiful objects, and who also understood that a ruler who created and maintained cultural institutions of this quality was building something that would outlast the controversies of their reign. The specific texture of how she governed in these middle years, the combination of genuine reform impulse and practical political constraint, the international intellectual diplomacy alongside the domestic power consolidation, the art purchases and the legislative projects and the military campaigns, all of it conducted against the persistent background of the unresolved questions about her legitimacy, produces, across the long arc of the reign, one of history's more complex governing. Portraits. She was neither as admirable as her admirers claimed nor as condemnable as her critics preferred. She was a person of genuine ability and genuine moral limitation, operating in a role of extraordinary difficulty, producing results that were mixed in ways that reflected both the person and the situation. The price of the crown in the end was not a single debt that could be paid and closed. It was more like a standing account, one that she serviced continuously through the quality of her governing, one that generated credit through the scale of her achievements and debit through the compromises she made, and one that she carried from the morning of June 28, 1762 to the end of her life. She managed it with greater skill and greater success than most people in equivalent situations have managed equivalent problems. Whether that management constitutes moral redemption is a question that each person reading this history will answer for themselves, based on what they think redemption requires. What is not a question is that the empire she built during those 34 years was real, was large, was consequential, and contained within it both some of the best and some of the most troubling things that 18th century governance produced, anywhere in the world. That duality is Catherine. All of it is Catherine. The Hermitage and the serfs, the nakaz and the post-Pugachev consolidation, the letters to Voltaire and the silence about Ropshah, the military uniform at the Kazan Cathedral, and the letter from Alexei that she kept and never fully answered. It is all one person, which is both the most obvious and the most difficult thing about trying to understand her. The previous chapter established the philosophical tension at the heart of Catherine's reign, the gap between the Enlightenment ideas she genuinely believed in and the structural realities of the empire she was governing. What it didn't fully examine was the specific, concrete institution-by-institution work of actually trying to close that gap, however imperfectly. Because the Voltaire correspondence and the Hermitage collection, significant as they were only the visible international surface of a much larger domestic project that Catherine was running simultaneously, one that touched, over the course of her reign, virtually every dimension of Russian public life, from medicine to municipal planning to the education of young women. This is the chapter where we look at that domestic project in detail. Not as a list of achievements, though the list is long and interesting enough that it would make an impression even as a list, but as a coherent intellectual and political effort to reshape a country from the governing centre, using the ideas that Catherine had been absorbing since the Grand Ducal years as the organising principles. The result was, like everything about Catherine, more complicated and more interesting than either the admiring or the dismissive account tends to allow. Let's start with smallpox, because almost no one starts with smallpox when they talk about Catherine the Great, and it is one of the more revealing stories of her entire reign. Smallpox in the 18th century was one of the genuine catastrophes of human existence, not in the melodramatic sense, but in the calm statistical sense of a disease that killed somewhere between 10 and 30% of the people who contracted it, disfigured a significant portion of those who survived, and showed no particular preference about whose children it took. Royalty was not exempt. European history is littered with the smallpox deaths of heirs, monarchs, and their relatives, and the Russian court was no exception to the general rule that the disease found its way into palaces as efficiently as it found its way everywhere else. By the 1760s, variolation, a precursor to modern vaccination that involved deliberate infection with material from a mild case, thereby inducing immunity, was an established practice in England and had been gaining acceptance in other parts of Europe, though with considerable resistance from people who found the logic of intentional infection difficult to accept. The resistance was not entirely irrational. Variolation carried real risks, and the medical establishment of the period was divided on whether the risk of the procedure was justified by the benefit of acquired immunity. It required essentially trusting a doctor to give you a manageable version of a disease that killed a substantial fraction of the people it encountered, which is the kind of trust that takes nerve even when the evidence supports it. In 1768, Catherine had herself variolated, publicly, with considerable deliberate fanfare involving an English physician named Thomas Dimsdale who was brought to St. Petersburg specifically for the purpose, and a follow-up announcement that made clear exactly what had happened and why. She then had her son Paul, the heir to the throne, variolated as well, and proceeded to make the practice available through a program that brought variolation to the broader Russian population with the backing of imperial resources. This was, on multiple levels, a remarkable act of governance. At the purely practical level, it was a public health intervention of genuine consequence. Variolation programs did reduce smallpox mortality in populations where they were effectively implemented, and the imperial endorsement gave the practice credibility it would have taken years to acquire through normal diffusion. At the political level, it was a demonstration of precisely the kind of evidence-based enlightened governance that Catherine was claiming as the defining quality of her reign, not merely philosophical principle but principle in action, with the ruler's own body as the test case. The message was clear and not at all subtle. This empress governs by reason, not by superstition, and she is willing to put her own life behind that principle. Which is, one must acknowledge, a considerably more convincing argument for rational governance than a well-written proclamation. The European response was exactly what Catherine anticipated. The philosophers, already predisposed to admire her, responded to the variolation announcement with enthusiasm that bordered on rapturous. Voltaire wrote about it as a demonstration that Russia was leading the European advance of reason over ignorance, which was the kind of observation that both flattered Catherine and irritated the courts of Western Europe that were still arguing about whether the practice was medically responsible. This was, from Catherine's perspective, a near-perfect outcome: genuine public health benefit, international intellectual admiration, and a mild, diplomatic, pointed commentary at the more timid responses of her European colleagues, all achieved through a single decision. The Smolny Institute, which Catherine founded in 1764 in St. Petersburg, was a different kind of statement, one addressed primarily to Russian society rather than to European opinion, though it received its share of foreign attention as well. It was the first educational institution for women in Russia, and its founding represented a genuinely novel idea in the Russian context, that women's minds were worth cultivating systematically, that the daughters of the nobility and, in a separate division, the daughters of commoners deserved organized intellectual formation rather than the informal and largely accidental education that was the standard arrangement. The Smolny curriculum was ambitious by the standards of female education anywhere in Europe in the 1760s. It included languages, history, geography, arithmetic, the fine arts, music, drawing, dancing, and a practical orientation toward the management of households and the social responsibilities of educated women. Students entered at age 6 and stayed for 12 years, which produced graduates who were, by any contemporaneous standard of female education, genuinely well educated in ways that were visible and impressive when they moved into Russian society. Catherine took a personal interest in the institution throughout her reign, visited regularly, corresponded with its directors, and modified its programs based on observation of what was actually working. What is most interesting about the Smolny, in the context of understanding Catherine's governing philosophy, is that it represented something that the philosophical correspondence didn't: an investment in social change at the formation level. You can write about the importance of enlightened governance indefinitely without it changing very much. But an institution that turns out educated women into Russian society, generation after generation, is doing something structural. It is altering, slowly and incrementally, what is normal, what is expected. What the people who will eventually govern and be governed think is possible. Catherine was thinking in these generational terms with some consistency. Her educational projects, the Smolny, the reorganization of the Academy of Sciences, the expansion of university education, the reform of the secondary school system in the provinces, were not simply individual achievements to be listed and celebrated. They were a theory about how a society changes, slowly, through the gradual accumulation of educated people who bring different expectations and different capabilities to their participation in the world. It was a long-game approach to reform, and it reflected a realistic assessment of what was achievable quickly versus what required patience to accomplish. The Free Economic Society, which Catherine founded in 1765, was another expression of this approach. It was the first learned society in Russia devoted to practical economic questions: agricultural improvement, technical innovation, the application of rational analysis to the problems of production and commerce. It published a journal, organized essay competitions, brought together landowners and officials and intellectuals around the shared project of making Russia more economically productive. The topics it engaged with, how to improve grain yields, whether to give peasants more economic autonomy, how to manage forests and fisheries sustainably, were both practically important and implicitly philosophical. They raised, in concrete and specific forms, questions about how Russian society organized its relationship with the land and the people who worked it. The essay competition the Free Economic Society held in its early years on the question of peasant property rights is particularly interesting. The competition asked contributors to address whether it would be beneficial to give peasants ownership of the land they worked or movable property. It attracted submissions from across Europe. Russian, German, French, and other authors proposed various positions on the question with varying degrees of radicalism. The winning essay, by a French author, argued for a measured expansion of peasant property rights. The losing essays ranged across a spectrum from conservative to quite progressive. What the competition itself represented was a public institutional acknowledgement that the question was open, that the existing arrangement was not simply a fixed feature of the universe, but a policy choice that could be discussed, evaluated, and potentially changed. This was not a trivial thing to put on the public agenda in 1765 Russia. It did not lead immediately to any change in policy, but it created a space for the question to exist in educated Russian discourse in a way that it had not quite existed before, and that space, like the Smolny's graduates, was a slow-moving contribution to the social fabric that would eventually, long after Catherine's reign, matter. The provincial reform of 1775, which came in the aftermath of the Pugachev rebellion, was the largest single administrative change of Catherine's domestic program, and the one with the most immediate practical effect. Russia's provincial administration before the reform was, to describe it generously, organic, which is to say that it had grown up over centuries in ways that reflected historical accident more than rational design, and that it operated with a degree of consistency and effectiveness that varied quite dramatically from region to region and from governor to governor. The reform replaced this system with a more uniform structure: 50 provinces, each with standardized administrative institutions, courts at multiple levels, and a clearer delineation of functions between different authorities. The reform was informed by Enlightenment principles of rational administration, the idea that governance should operate through consistent, predictable institutions rather than through the personal authority of individual officials, but it was also driven by the very practical lesson of the Pugachev rebellion, which had demonstrated that the existing provincial structure was not sufficient to maintain order in remote regions or to process the grievances of populations that had accumulated. Reason for serious discontent. The two motivations, philosophical and pragmatic, were not in conflict. They pointed in the same direction, toward a more systematically organised provincial administration that could both govern more effectively and, ideally, govern more justly. The reform gave more formal institutional presence to the nobility in provincial governance, which was a concession to the social reality that noble cooperation was essential for provincial administration to function. It also established provincial institutions that, in principle, provided ordinary subjects with access to legal processes in ways that the previous system had not consistently made available. The principle and the practice diverged considerably in many provinces, as they do in most administrative reforms. But the institutional infrastructure was real, and it created the formal possibility of more consistent and more accountable local governance in ways that mattered for the people who encounter the system. One of the less celebrated but genuinely important domestic projects of Catherine's reign was the physical transformation of Russian cities. She was deeply interested in urban planning, more so probably than any Russian ruler before or after her for quite some time, and she approached it with the same systematic quality she brought to legislative reform. She commissioned plans for the rebuilding and regularization of Russian cities across the empire, dozens of them, establishing norms for street layout, building placement, and architectural character that replaced the accumulated hodgepodge of centuries of ad hoc development with something more coherent. St. Petersburg received the most visible attention. The embankments along the Neva, the regularization of the city's architectural landscape, the construction of the buildings that would eventually house the Hermitage collection, but the provincial. Cities were also targets of systematic planning in ways that often get overlooked. Catherine looked at the map of Russia and found many of her provincial centres to be, to put it diplomatically, not quite what an enlightened empire ought to be producing, and she initiated a reform program that redesigned hundreds of town plans, according to regular principles of organisation. The results were visible for generations. Travellers in 19th century Russia could often identify a city that had been rebuilt on Catherine's grid by the distinctive quality of its layout. The buildings for the Hermitage deserve a specific mention, because the growth of the collection during Catherine's reign was not simply a function of purchasing power, though purchasing power was certainly involved. She was acquiring with genuine curatorial intelligence. Her agents across Europe identified and secured collections when they became available. She corresponded directly with dealers and other collectors, and her decisions about what to acquire reflected an aesthetic judgment that was personal and consistently expressed. The collection grew from a starting point of roughly 250 purchased paintings in 1764 to over 4,000 by the end of her reign. To put this in some perspective, the Louvre's collection at the time of the French Revolution, another reign's worth of accumulating, was approximately similar in size. Catherine built an equivalent cultural institution in roughly the same period, starting from essentially nothing. What is perhaps most interesting about the Hermitage project in the context of this chapter is the decision to make it semi-public. Catherine built the small Hermitage, and then the large Hermitage, as spaces adjacent to the Winter Palace where the collection could be housed, and eventually seen by educated visitors. The collection was not thrown open to the general public in the modern sense. Admission was selective and required appropriate dress and demeanour, which functioned as an informal class filter, but the principle that great art belonged to a broader public rather than solely to the sovereign who owned it was a genuinely Enlightenment idea, and Catherine's willingness to act on it reflected the depth of her engagement with those principles rather than simply their utility. All of these projects, the Variolation Campaign, the Smolny, the Free Economic Society, the provincial reform, the urban planning, the Hermitage, can be described individually as achievements of varying significance. What gives them their collective weight is the coherence of the underlying intention. Catherine was, across all of these projects, attempting to do something specific and large, to modernize Russia's institutions in ways that made them more rational, more consistent, more accountable, and more capable of producing human flourishing, while operating within the constraints of an autocratic political system and a social structure she was not willing to fundamentally challenge. The results were partial, uneven, and dependent on implementation by officials and local administrators who did not always share her intentions or her energy. They were also, in aggregate, real. While the domestic reform project was proceeding through the complicated landscape of Russian institutions and social realities, Catherine was simultaneously pursuing something considerably more geographically ambitious, the expansion of the empire toward the Black Sea. This was not a new Russian ambition. It had been on the strategic agenda since the reign of Ivan the Terrible, and Peter the Great had made explicit attempts to achieve it that had produced, to put it charitably, mixed results. The Ottoman Empire controlled the northern Black Sea coast. The Crimean Khanate operated under Ottoman suzerainty across the peninsula and adjacent territories, and the absence of Russian access to warm water ports was a genuine strategic and commercial limitation on everything else the empire was trying to accomplish. Catherine looked at this situation with a clarity that was characteristic of her approach to large strategic problems. She wanted the Black Sea. She intended to get it. The question was how, and at what cost, and through what sequence of events. The First Russo-Turkish War, which began in 1768 and ran until 1774, was the principal military instrument of this acquisition, and it produced results that went considerably beyond what even optimistic Russian strategic planners had anticipated at the outset. The proximate cause of the war was, like most 18th century wars, a complicated tangle of incidents and provocations in border regions. But the underlying dynamic was straightforward. Russia was expanding its influence in Poland. The Ottomans found this alarming, and each side was sufficiently convinced of its own military capacity to consider armed conflict an acceptable instrument of policy. This is the kind of mutual miscalculation that produces wars in most historical periods. What nobody, including the Russians, had quite anticipated was the naval dimension of what followed, the Baltic Fleet. This is where the story becomes genuinely extraordinary, and genuinely funny if you think about it for a moment. Russia's primary naval force in 1769 was stationed in the Baltic Sea, which is connected to the Black Sea only by an extremely indirect route, through the Danish Straits, around the entire coast of Western Europe, through the Strait of Gibraltar, and across the Mediterranean. This is, to understate it, not a short journey. It is the kind of route that, in the age of sail, took months, required resupply at multiple points, and demanded the diplomatic cooperation of the various naval powers whose ports you would need to use along the way. It was the 18th century equivalent of deciding to deal with a traffic problem on one side of a city by sending your vehicles via a route that goes through 3 other countries. Catherine sent the fleet anyway. It was a genuinely audacious decision, and it worked in ways that permanently altered the strategic balance of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Russian squadron, actually several squadrons sent in sequence under various commanders, made the passage, secured the necessary cooperation or at least toleration from the British and Portuguese, navigated the Mediterranean, and arrived in the Aegean to find an Ottoman fleet that had not seriously expected to encounter Russian warships in that body of water, and was consequently not entirely prepared for the engagement that followed. The Battle of Chesma in July of 1770 was one of those events that tends to appear in textbooks as a single sentence. Russian fleet destroyed Ottoman fleet 1770, and thereby manages to completely miss how dramatic and decisive the engagement actually was. The confrontation took place over 2 days near the coast of what is now Turkey, in a bay called Chesma. The initial engagement on the first day was inconclusive, and ended with both fleets somewhat disorganized and regrouping. On the second day, the Russians sent in fire ships, vessels loaded with combustible material and set alight, into the confined space where the Ottoman fleet had gathered, with predictable and catastrophic results for the Ottomans. The fire spread through the anchored ships with the efficiency that fire has always demonstrated when given close quarters, dry wood, and an absence of functioning firefighting capacity. By morning, the Ottoman fleet was largely destroyed, approximately 15 ships of the line and numerous smaller vessels lost, several thousand sailors killed, and the Ottoman naval capacity in the Mediterranean significantly degraded for years. Afterward, the strategic consequences were immediate and substantial. With the Ottoman navy unable to challenge Russian operations in the Aegean, the Russian fleet was able to blockade the Dardanelles, cut off Ottoman supply routes, and operate with a freedom of action in the eastern Mediterranean that would have seemed fantastical to any military planner in 1768. More concretely, it demonstrated something that had not been obvious before, that Russia could project serious military power not just along its land borders, but into seas that were not its own, through a logistical operation of genuine complexity, and at great distance from its home ports. This demonstration was not lost on the European powers watching from the sidelines, and it was not lost on Constantinople, which began the serious diplomatic negotiations that would eventually produce the Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca in 1774. That treaty was by any measure an extraordinary document. Russia gained territory along the Black Sea coast, the right to navigate the Black Sea and the Turkish Straits, which was the commercial and strategic prize that had been the ultimate goal, and, crucially, the right to build an Orthodox church in Constantinople and to represent the interests of Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. That last provision would generate diplomatic complications for well over a century, but from Catherine's perspective in 1774, it was another layer of the legitimacy project. Russia as the protector of Orthodox Christianity, the natural heir of Byzantium, the empire that had the right and the obligation to speak for a community that extended beyond its own borders. The Crimea remained technically an autonomous Khanate after 1774, though it was now effectively under Russian rather than Ottoman suzerainty. Catherine and Potemkin, whose role in the southern expansion we'll examine in detail in a later chapter, spent the next decade building up the Russian presence in the new southern territories, founding cities and building ports and installing the administrative infrastructure that would make the region genuinely Russian, rather than merely nominally claimed. In 1783, Catherine simply annexed Crimea outright, with a directness of action that was characteristic of her approach to things she had already decided to do. The Ottoman reaction was initially outraged and ultimately accommodating, partly because the military balance had shifted decisively against them, and partly because the European powers that might have objected were either too preoccupied with other concerns or too interested in maintaining their own relationships with Russia to make the annexation a casus belli. The Second Russo-Turkish War, which ran from 1787 to 1791, was essentially a continuation of the same strategic logic, the Ottomans attempting to recover what they had lost, Russia defending and extending what it had gained, and it ended again, with results favourable to Russia, including the formal Ottoman recognition of Russian sovereignty over Crimea and additional Black Sea coastal territories. By the end of Catherine's reign, Russia had achieved something that had been a strategic aspiration for 2 centuries: a warm water coastline, access to the Black Sea trade routes, and a defensible presence in the region that could not be easily reversed. The human cost of this expansion is worth acknowledging directly, because it tends to get lost in the satisfying narrative arc of strategic ambition achieved. The wars involved deaths, Russian soldiers, Ottoman soldiers, Crimean Tatars and other populations who found themselves on the wrong side of the advancing border, civilians in cities that were sieged and taken by forces that did not always distinguish clearly between legitimate military targets and everyone else. Catherine was not a bloodthirsty ruler by the standards of her time and place, which is a real compliment in one sense and a limited one in another, but she was willing to apply serious military force to achieve her strategic goals, and the people, on the receiving end of that force, paid a price that doesn't appear in the victory celebrations. The Crimean Tatars, in particular, experienced the annexation and subsequent Russian colonization of their homeland as a catastrophe that drove significant portions of the population into emigration. The Russian settlement of the newly acquired territories was encouraged by policies that offered land and exemptions from certain obligations to settlers, which attracted Russians, Ukrainians, Germans and others into a region that had previously been home to a different population. This process was not, by 18th century standards, particularly unusual. The displacement of one population by another as imperial boundaries advanced was a standard feature of the era everywhere from North America to the Indian subcontinent. It was also, by any honest human accounting, a significant harm imposed on people who had not chosen to be in the path of someone else's strategic ambitions. Catherine was aware of this. She expressed in her correspondence some concern about the treatment of the Tatar population, and some interest in ensuring that the transition to Russian governance was conducted without unnecessary violence. Her expressions of concern did not prevent the displacement. They are evidence that she understood what was happening, which makes the outcome somewhat more uncomfortable rather than less, since it removes the defense of ignorance. She chose expansion and managed its human costs with the moral framework of her time, which is to say imperfectly and with insufficient weight given to the interests of the people being displaced. The new southern cities, Kherson, Sevastopol, Nikolaev, Odessa, that were built on or near the newly acquired coastline became, over the following century, some of the most important commercial and military centres of the Russian Empire. Sevastopol's naval base would anchor Russian Black Sea power for generations. Odessa would become one of the great trading cities of the 19th century, a cosmopolitan port through which grain and goods moved in volumes that made it genuinely consequential in European commercial terms. These are real achievements with real legacies that trace directly back to the strategic decisions Catherine made between 1768 and 1791. They coexist with the human costs of achieving them, and there is no historically honest way to tell one story without at least acknowledging the other. The international reputation consequences of the wars and territorial expansion were significant and somewhat mixed. Within Russia, the military victories generated the kind of popular enthusiasm that military success tends to generate. The Chesma battle in particular was celebrated with genuine national pride, commemorated in art and architecture, and added to the imperial mythology of Russian power in ways that Catherine actively encouraged. Outside Russia, the expansion of Russian territory and Russian influence into the Black Sea region generated anxiety in varying degrees among the neighbouring powers, the Ottomans obviously, but also the Swedes, the Poles, the Austrians, and the British, each of whom had their own reasons to be cautious about a Russia that was demonstrably willing and able to project military force beyond its existing borders. Catherine managed these anxieties with characteristic diplomatic sophistication, playing the European powers against each other in ways that prevented any concerted opposition to Russian expansion from forming. Her relationship with Austria was cultivated carefully. The two empires shared enough strategic interests, particularly regarding Ottoman territory and Polish affairs, to maintain a generally cooperative posture that made joint action against Russia. Difficult for other powers to organise. Her relationship with Britain was managed on different terms, more purely commercial and diplomatic, less grounded in shared territorial interest, but sufficient to prevent British hostility from becoming a practical impediment to Russian operations. The Polish partitions, which occurred in 3 stages during Catherine's reign, and in which Russia participated alongside Prussia and Austria, were another dimension of the territorial expansion that deserves mention here, even though a full account belongs elsewhere. Poland, by the second half of the 18th century, was a large country with a weak central government, an anarchic noble assembly whose members had the individual right to veto any legislation, the liberum veto, which is approximately as functional as a system of governance as it sounds, and the geographic misfortune of being surrounded by states with considerably more centralised power and considerably more aggressive territorial ambitions. The partitions reduced Poland from a major European territorial presence to nothing. The country simply ceased to exist as an independent state after the Third Partition in 1795. Russia's share of the divided territory was substantial. Catherine's justifications for the partitions included arguments about the welfare of the Orthodox population of eastern Poland and various claims about historical connections between the acquired territories and the Russian state. These arguments were, in the diplomatic language of the period, perfectly standard, the kind of framing that powerful states have always applied to acquisitions they wanted to make for other reasons. Whether she believed them herself is a question that her private correspondence doesn't quite resolve. What is clear is that she was entirely willing to participate in the partition of a neighbouring state when the opportunity presented itself, and that the consistency between this action and her philosophical commitment to the rule of law and human dignity was not something she spent a great deal of official ink attempting to establish. By the last decade of her reign, Russia's borders had expanded dramatically in every direction that expansion had been feasible. The empire that Catherine had inherited in 1762 had grown to encompass the northern Black Sea coast, the Crimean Peninsula, extensive territories in what is now Ukraine and Belarus, and a share of Poland. The population under Russian sovereignty had grown accordingly. The military that had achieved this expansion had been reformed and professionalized in ways that made it genuinely formidable by European standards. The navy had demonstrated at Chesma and in subsequent engagements that it was a real force capable of operating far from its home waters. This was, by any reasonable measure, a record of territorial and strategic achievement that few rulers of any era could match. It was also a record built on wars that killed people, expansions that displaced people, and political arrangements that incorporated millions of new subjects into a system that was, for the majority of them, not substantially different from what they had been experiencing before the annexation. The empire grew. The people at the bottom of the empire, Russian serfs, newly annexed populations, the various subject peoples across the vast territory, experienced the growth primarily as a change in which language the official documents came in. The simultaneous achievement of extraordinary institutional reform and extraordinary territorial expansion is what makes Catherine's reign so difficult to summarize briefly. The woman who founded the Smolny Institute and the woman who annexed Crimea were the same person, applying the same intelligence and the same energy to projects that reflected different dimensions of her ambitions for Russia, the domestic and the imperial, the philosophical and the geopolitical. Each was genuine, neither can be used to dismiss the other. What the combination produced was an empire that was, by the end of the 18th century, undeniably one of the dominant forces in European and Eurasian affairs, stronger, larger, more institutionally developed, more internationally engaged, and more culturally prominent than it had been when Catherine arrived from Anhalt-Zerbst in 1744. This was the thing she'd been building, across all the different projects and campaigns and initiatives for 34 years. Whether it was built as well as it could have been, whether the human costs were proportionate to the achievements, whether the choices she made were the right ones, these are questions that historians and everyone else can argue about indefinitely. And they should. What is not genuinely disputable is that she built it. The empire she left behind her was not the empire she inherited. She had, through a combination of extraordinary personal effort, political intelligence, strategic ambition, and the willingness to make decisions and bear their consequences, made Russia into something qualitatively different from what it had been. That is, in the language of her own era and ours, what it means to be great. It is also not the whole story. It is perhaps not even the most interesting part of the story. Because what she built with and through, and in some ways against, the human relationships, the personal partnerships, the specific emotional landscape of a life lived entirely in public while being, in important ways, very private, that part of the story is still to come. And it starts, as so much of Catherine's most interesting history does, with a single extraordinary man who was unlike anyone else she ever encountered. The previous chapters established the broader frame of Catherine's domestic and military ambitions, the reform projects, the Turkish wars, the territorial expansion. Chapter 7 touched briefly on the Pugachev rebellion as an expression of the tension between Catherine's Enlightenment ideals and the serf economy beneath them. Now we need to actually look at the rebellion itself, not as a philosophical footnote, but as the extraordinary, terrifying, genuinely world-historical event it was, with all the human complexity it contained. Because Pugachev is not simply a symptom of Catherine's contradictions. He is a story in his own right, one of the most dramatic figures of the 18th century, and the movement he led tells us things about the Russia Catherine was governing that the official portraits in the Hermitage catalogues don't. Yemelyan Pugachev was, by the time he launched his rebellion in the autumn of 1773, a man with an interesting biography and no particularly good prospects. He was a Don Cossack, from the sprawling semi-autonomous Cossack communities of the southern Russian steppe, people who had historically occupied an awkward political position between the Russian imperial state and outright independence. He had served in the Russian army during the 7 Years' War and the First Russo-Turkish War, which gave him genuine military experience and, apparently, a range of grievances against the imperial administration that he had accumulated over years of service to an institution that did not always treat its lower ranks with what one might describe as exemplary regard. He had been arrested multiple times on various charges, escaped, been recaptured, and generally had the kind of relationship with Russian state authority that might charitably be described as adversarial. The claim he launched in 1773 was audacious in its simplicity. He was Peter III. Not a Peter III admirer or a pretender to a vague restoration of old privileges. He was, he declared with complete confidence and apparently convincing personal authority, the Tsar himself, the real Peter. The one who had not died at Ropsha in 1762, but had instead been hidden away, protected by God and loyal servants from the woman who had tried to have him killed, waiting for the moment when the Russian people would rise to welcome him home. Now it is worth pausing here to acknowledge that this is an extraordinary claim for a man of Pugachev's origins to make convincingly. He was not educated. He had no aristocratic manners, no court training, no personal history that overlapped in any verifiable way with the actual biography of the actual Peter III. His Russian was the Russian of the Cossack South rather than the court. He had an eye-patching scar on his cheek that he explained as a mark of his suffering and captivity, which is the kind of detail that is either dramatically credible or obviously a fabrication depending entirely on whether you want to believe it. In a room full of educated St. Petersburg courtiers who had actually known Peter III, the performance would have lasted approximately 40 seconds before someone pointed out the numerous problems. But Pugachev was not performing for educated saint Petersburg courtiers. He was performing for Cossacks, serfs, factory workers in the Ural Mountains, small-scale traders, religious dissenters, nomadic peoples of the steppe who had their own reasons for resenting imperial expansion into their territories, and a miscellaneous collection of people from the margins of Russian society who shared one significant characteristic. They had compelling personal reasons to want the story Pugachev was telling to be true. And when people want a story to be true, they evaluate the evidence with considerably more generosity than when they are examining something about which they are indifferent. What Pugachev was offering was not really an argument about his identity, which on any evidentiary basis was weak. He was offering a narrative, a story about legitimate authority stolen and now reclaimed. A story in which the Tsar, the real Tsar, the good Tsar, the Tsar who had attempted to free the serfs before being removed by his corrupt and illegitimate wife, had returned to restore what was rightfully owed to the people. The serfs would be freed. The Cossacks would have their traditional autonomy restored. The nobles who had been grinding the population for generations would be removed and their power redistributed. The Orthodox faith would be protected. The oppressors would be punished. Things would be right. This is, to be clear, the political program of the most successful popular rebellions across human history. The specifics vary enormously. Different grievances, different promised restorations, different symbolic frameworks, but the underlying structure is remarkably consistent. The current order is a usurpation of a better arrangement, the people in front of you can restore it, and the enemies of that restoration are the enemies of everything decent. Pugachev did not invent this template. He applied it with considerable skill to the specific conditions of 1773 Russia, in a region where those conditions were particularly acute. The Ural and Volga regions where the rebellion began were not the prosperous agricultural heartland of European Russia. They were, relatively speaking, the frontier, regions where the imperial administration was less established, where Cossack communities had maintained semi-autonomous traditions that the expanding Russian state was steadily eroding, where factory workers laboured in conditions that were, to describe them with characteristic understatement, not significantly better than serfdom on agricultural estates, and where the various non-Russian peoples of the steppe, Bashkirs, Kazakhs, various others, had watched Russian settlement and Russian power expand into their territories with the kind of attention that people pay to things that are actively threatening their way of life. All of these people had reasons to be angry. None of them had an obvious institutional channel through which to express that anger. What Pugachev provided was a focal point and a framework, a figure and a story around which the anger could organize itself into collective action. The rebellion began in September 1773 with a relatively small force and escalated with a speed that alarmed everyone watching it, including the people in St. Petersburg who were supposed to be monitoring these situations. By the end of 1773, Pugachev had captured several significant towns in the Ural region and was operating with an army that had grown to tens of thousands. By the summer of 1774, his forces had ranged across a vast territory, sacking noble estates with considerable efficiency. The owners were killed, which Pugachev had made a standard part of the operation. The land was proclaimed redistributed to the people who had worked it, and the local administrative apparatus of the empire was dismantled wherever it was found. This was not random violence. It was a systematic dismantling of the structures of imperial authority in the regions where Pugachev's forces operated. The destruction of noble estates was, from the perspective of the nobility, an existential terror, and, from the perspective of the serfs who participated in it, a kind of reversal that operated at a level deeper than politics. These were the buildings, the records, the physical apparatus of the system under which they had lived their entire lives. Burning the estate, killing the lord, taking the land, these were acts that felt to the people performing them like the world being corrected rather than destroyed, which tells you something important about the world they had been living in. The proclamations Pugachev issued during the rebellion are fascinating documents that deserve more attention than they usually receive. He wrote, or more precisely, his literate associates wrote while he presumably dictated a series of manifestos addressed to various constituencies, each tailored to what that constituency wanted most. To the serfs, he promised freedom from bondage and the distribution of land. To the Cossacks, he promised the restoration of their traditional rights and exemption from imperial service obligations. To the Old Believers, the religious dissenters who had been persecuted by the official Orthodox Church, he promised religious freedom. To the various non-Russian peoples, he promised an end to the expansion that was taking their territory. Each proclamation was, essentially, a custom-designed answer to the specific question its audience was asking. The administrative sophistication of this approach is frankly impressive. Pugachev was not educated in the formal sense, and the rebellion he was running was, in institutional terms, considerably more chaotic than the government it was challenging. But the political intelligence visible in the proclamations, the ability to identify what different groups needed to hear and to provide it in credible form, is the same political intelligence that Catherine had demonstrated in different circumstances at a different level of society through very different means. There is something almost uncanny about the parallel, which is presumably part of why the rebellion disturbed Catherine as deeply as it did. The Russian army's response to the rebellion was initially sluggish, partly because the scale of the problem was not immediately understood, partly because the military resources available in the affected region were limited, and partly because the geography, the vast distances of the Ural and Volga regions, the difficulty of moving large forces quickly across terrain that was not well provided with roads, genuinely complicated rapid military response. By the time substantial Russian forces were committed to suppressing the rebellion, Pugachev's forces had moved well beyond the initial area of operations and were engaging with the broader Volga region, including a push toward the city of Kazan in the summer of 1774 that resulted in the capture and partial burning of that city, a provincial capital, not some remote frontier outpost. Kazan was the moment that converted the rebellion from an alarming regional problem into a genuine national crisis. It was too large, too close to the European core of the empire, too obviously threatening to the stability of the entire system for the government to continue treating it as something that could be handled at the regional level with available resources. Full military commitment followed, with general officers of real ability placed in command and forces drawn from elsewhere in the empire deployed to the Volga region. Pugachev's army, for all its size and initial momentum, was not equipped to fight a sustained professional military campaign against the full resources of the Russian Imperial Army. It was a force of people with grievances and improvised weapons and considerable motivation, but limited training, supply chains, and strategic organization. The professional army brought discipline, artillery, and tactical experience that the rebels could not match in open-field engagements. The rebellion's military campaign deteriorated through the summer of 1774, and by August Pugachev's position had become critical. He retreated eastward, his army reduced, and in September 1774, almost exactly 1 year after the rebellion began, he was betrayed by a group of Cossack leaders who had calculated, not unreasonably, that the rebellion was over and that their best remaining option was to sell Pugachev's capture as the price of their own survival. He was transported to Moscow in a specially constructed iron cage, which is either a statement of the government's genuine fear that he might escape, or a piece of theatre designed to communicate the scale of what had been caught. Probably both. His trial in Moscow in late 1774 produced a death sentence, and he was executed in January 1775, beheaded in the traditional manner, the head and body displayed publicly as was customary for the punishment of treason, the entire ceremony conducted with a deliberate combination of solemnity and restraint that reflected Catherine's specific decision not to add torture to the execution, despite it being the standard practice for this category of offence. That restraint was not mercy in the conventional sense. It was, like much of what Catherine did, a calculated communication. The execution was being watched by the Russian population, by the nobility who had lost family members and property during the rebellion, by the foreign observers who were reporting back to various European capitals about what the rebellion and its suppression revealed about Russian stability. The decision to execute without torture said something specific about what kind of government this was and how it intended to handle threats to its authority, firmly, clearly, and without the kind of spectacular cruelty that might generate sympathy for the condemned. The aftermath of the rebellion was, In institutional terms, the provincial reform of 1775 that was discussed in the previous chapter, the systematic reorganization of provincial administration designed partly to prevent the kind of regional governance vacuum that had allowed the rebellion to gain momentum. This was a real response to a real structural problem. But it was not, notably, a response to the deeper problem the rebellion had exposed, that the serf system was generating the conditions for periodic explosive violence, that the people at the bottom of Russian society were accumulating grievances, that had no legitimate outlet, and that the efficient operation of the empire's economic base depended on maintaining arrangements that most of the people subjected to them would have changed immediately if given any meaningful choice. The rebellion died. The system that produced it survived, somewhat reorganized but fundamentally intact. Catherine knew this. The evidence of her private correspondence suggests she thought about it more than she chose to say publicly. But the political arithmetic, the dependency of the noble class whose cooperation was essential for governing the empire on the continuation of serf labour, was not, in Catherine's calculation, an arithmetic that could be changed from above without, destroying the institutional foundations of everything else she was building. Whether this calculation was correct, or whether it was a rationalization of the politically convenient choice, is a question that serious historians disagree about and probably always will. What is not a question is that Pugachev haunted the rest of the reign. Not his ghost specifically, he was definitively dead, but the thing he represented. The knowledge that underneath the Enlightenment correspondence and the Hermitage art collection, and the legislative commissions, there was a Russia that was not particularly enlightened by most measures, and that the people living in that Russia had demonstrated their awareness of the gap between the official story and their actual experience with an army of 30,000 and the systematic destruction of the physical apparatus of their oppression. That knowledge did not go away when the rebellion ended. It settled into the background of everything Catherine did for the remainder of her reign, a steady and irreducible awareness that the empire had a fault line running through it, and that the only honest response to this knowledge was to hold it in. Mind even if you couldn't fully act on it. Now let's talk about Potemkin. Grigory Alexandrovich. Potemkin enters Catherine's life properly in 1774, the same year the Pugachev rebellion was reaching its conclusion, which is a coincidence of timing that has struck historians as fitting, since Potemkin arrived at a moment when Catherine was dealing with the most serious domestic crisis of her reign, and proceeded to become the person who more than anyone else would help her manage its aftermath and its consequences. He was 35 years old, she was 45. He had known her, at a distance through service in the Guards and occasional court interactions, for many years. He had participated in the coup of 1762, though not in a front-rank role. He had subsequently served in the Turkish War with distinction, and he had, through the combination of genuine military ability, intellectual range, personal charisma, and what appears to have been a very specific quality of emotional directness that was rare in the performance-saturated world of the Russian court, managed to become someone Catherine wanted to know better. The first thing to understand about Potemkin is that he was by any measure an unusual person. Not unusual in the way that colourful biographical details make someone seem unusual from a safe historical distance. His eccentricities were real, his personality was genuinely strange, and his relationship to conventional social expectations was roughly the same as his relationship to conventional dietary restrictions, which is to say he was aware they existed and chose to engage with them selectively. He could be found sleeping in his clothes until noon, having worked through the previous night on administrative correspondence. He ate in bed. He received visitors while in states of undress that would have been remarkable even in a century when personal hygiene was already not quite the priority it subsequently became. He was, by multiple accounts, given to periods of profound melancholy that would reduce him to near total inactivity for days at a time, followed by periods of volcanic energy in which he accomplished more than most people managed in a month. He also spoke 6 languages, had a serious theological education. He had studied at Moscow University with intentions toward the church before the Guards' life, and Catherine's coup pulled him in different directions, and possessed a quality of intellectual curiosity that ranged from military tactics to botany to architecture to music to mining operations in the Ural region, with genuine depth in several of these areas rather than the dilettante's surface familiarity that sometimes passes for breadth. He was, in the specific vocabulary of the 18th century, a Renaissance man, except that the Renaissance was over by then, and what Potemkin actually was something harder to categorize. The romantic relationship between Catherine and Potemkin is part of the story but not the whole of it, and getting the proportions right requires a little care. They were unquestionably involved. The surviving letters between them, hundreds of them, some recovered from archives and some still being catalogued, are the letters of people who are in love in the complicated, fought-over, deeply inhabited way that is distinct from the more casual attachments on both sides of Catherine's life. She called him extraordinary names in their correspondence, names that, in translation, come across as either very tender or slightly alarming depending on your perspective, my dear one, my golden pheasant, my heart. He was not careful with her in the way that court relationships were supposed to be careful. He argued with her, contradicted her, sent her furious letters when he felt neglected, and received in return letters that were, quite clearly, those of a person who found someone who argued back genuinely refreshing after years of dealing with people who agreed with everything she said because disagreeing with the Empress was professionally inadvisable. The romantic relationship ended, in the sense of becoming something other than its initial intensity, sometime around 1776 or 1777 probably, though the exact moment is difficult to locate because it transitioned into something that is harder to categorize rather than simply stopping. What replaced it was a partnership that is frankly more interesting than the romance had been, a working alliance between two people who had been through the intimate landscape of a serious relationship and come out the other side into something that retained the trust and mutual knowledge of that intimacy while operating in the more practical register of two people with complementary abilities trying to build something large. What Potemkin brought to the partnership was a specific and extraordinary combination of capacities. He was a military commander of genuine ability, not the theoretical kind that impresses at planning tables, but the practical kind that can move and supply large forces across difficult terrain, maintain their morale and cohesion under sustained pressure, and make rapid tactical decisions under conditions of uncertainty. He was an administrator of a quality that was, in the 18th century, genuinely unusual, capable of managing the enormous complexity of governing newly acquired territories in the south, building cities from nothing, establishing ports, creating supply infrastructure, settling populations, and integrating all of this into the existing imperial administrative system without the chaos that these operations usually generated. He was also, which is less often emphasized, a political operator of real sophistication. He understood the Russian court, its factions, its dynamics, its specific mechanisms of influence, with the precision of someone who had been navigating it for decades, and he used that understanding to protect his position and advance his and Catherine's shared projects with a consistency that belied the chaotic appearance of his personal life. He was not simply carrying out orders from above. He was in the range of the southern territories where his authority was most complete, making independent decisions of imperial consequence that Catherine generally endorsed after the fact, having learned through experience that Potemkin's judgment in this domain was better than anything she could provide from a distance. The southern project was the dimension of their partnership that had the most lasting physical consequence, and it deserves detailed attention because it is genuinely one of the more remarkable chapters in the history of empire building. When the First Russo-Turkish War ended in 1774 and Russia gained its new territories in the North Pontic steppe, what it had gained was, from an administrative and developmental perspective, essentially a blank slate, vast, potentially fertile, thinly populated without significant urban infrastructure, and requiring the attention of someone with both the vision to see what it could become and the practical ability to make it happen. Potemkin had both. He became Governor-General of the new Southern Territories with a mandate that was, in practical terms, as close to unlimited as any imperial appointment could be. He had the authority to govern, to build, to settle, to sign agreements, to conduct military operations and to make commitments on behalf of the Russian state without waiting for approval from St. Petersburg, which was simply too far away and communication too slow for real-time governance to be practically possible. What he built, over the course of roughly 15 years, is one of the more striking examples of deliberate colonial urban development in the 18th century. Kherson, founded in 1778 as the first significant Russian city in the new territories, became a shipbuilding centre and administrative hub almost immediately. Sevastopol, founded in 1783 following the annexation of Crimea, became the home of the Black Sea Fleet and a naval base of genuine strategic importance within years of its founding. Nikolaev, also founded in 1789, became a second shipbuilding centre. And Ekaterinoslav, renamed and reimagined from a small settlement into a planned city that Potemkin intended to be the cultural and administrative capital of the New South, was conceived with an ambition that was, admittedly, somewhat more forward-looking than its immediate population could quite fill, but which established a settlement that would eventually develop into a significant city. The population of these cities and the broader territory had to come from somewhere, since the steppe was not densely inhabited. Potemkin actively recruited settlers from across the empire and beyond: Russian and Ukrainian peasants, German colonists attracted by land grants and exemptions, Greeks and Armenians and other communities from around the Black Sea who were invited. To settle under Russian protection, Cossack populations integrated into the new administrative structure. The result was a genuinely diverse colonial settlement zone that was, within Potemkin's lifetime, beginning to function as the productive agricultural and commercial territory he had envisioned. The story of the Potemkin villages, the supposed fake settlements erected along Catherine's route during her 1787 tour of the new southern territories, with painted facades and borrowed cattle, moved from place to place ahead of the imperial procession to create the impression of prosperity, is one of those historical myths that is far too good to be entirely true and has been repeated far too often to be entirely false. The evidence for the specific story of elaborate two-dimensional facades is thin. What almost certainly happened is that Potemkin, who was genuinely proud of what he had built and also genuinely aware that some of it was still more plan than reality, presented the new territories to Catherine in the most favourable light available, which may have involved some creative framing of incomplete settlements as more developed than they actually were. The phrase Potemkin village has survived into modern usage as a term for a hollow impressive facade concealing an empty reality, which is somewhat unfair to the actual Potemkin, who was building genuinely real things. The cities he founded are still there: Kherson, Mykolaiv, Dnipro, Sevastopol, cities of hundreds of thousands of people, with histories that trace directly to Potemkin's construction projects of the 1780s. These are not facade. They are in many cases the most durable physical legacy of the entire Catherine era. The irony of having your name attached to fake villages when your actual legacy is the founding of real cities is the kind of historical joke that Potemkin himself might have found either amusing or infuriating depending on the day. The question of whether Catherine and Potemkin were secretly married has been discussed by historians with varying degrees of enthusiasm since the 18th century when the speculation began. The honest answer is that we don't know, and we probably never will with certainty. There are documents, a marriage certificate that some researchers have argued is genuine, testimony from people who claim to have been present at a ceremony in 1774 or 1775 that suggest the possibility. There are also reasons to treat these documents with caution, since the people who would have had the strongest motivation to authenticate such a marriage were not always people with strong commitments to documentary precision. What is not disputed is that Catherine and Potemkin's relationship went beyond anything that the category of favourite in the standard sense would describe. The depth of mutual engagement, the quality of the surviving correspondence, the nature of the working partnership, and the specific ways Catherine consistently deferred to his judgment in domains where she trusted him, all suggest something more fundamental than the series of younger, more physically attractive men who occupied officially favoured positions after 1777. The later favourites are a dimension of this story worth examining directly, since they are often used to tell a reductive version of Catherine's personal life that emphasises either the scandalous or the pathetic, depending on the storyteller's preference. The reality is more complicated and more interesting. After the romantic phase of the Catherine-Potemkin relationship shifted into its partnership phase, Catherine did maintain a series of relationships with younger men, in several cases men significantly younger, which was remarked upon by contemporaries with the specific tone of people who found female sexual autonomy in general, and older women exercising it in particular somewhat alarming. These men held official positions of favour, received substantial gifts, exercised limited political influence, and were in most cases eventually replaced by the next one when the relationship ran its course. What is remarkable about this arrangement, and what is genuinely unusual about it in the historical record, is that there is strong evidence that some of these later favourites were, at least in part, identified and introduced to Catherine by Potemkin himself. This is not as strange as it might initially seem when you consider the specific architecture of their relationship. By the time Potemkin was governing the Southern Territories, he was absent from St. Petersburg for extended periods, months, sometimes years, managing the administration of a vast and demanding region from a considerable distance. The Russian court required, for operational and psychological reasons, that there be a person of some formal personal intimacy close to the Empress. Potemkin's solution to this logistical problem was characteristically direct. He supplied candidates who were attractive, not too politically ambitious, and who could be trusted not to use their proximity to undermine the broader programme he and Catherine were jointly running. Whether Catherine found this arrangement entirely satisfactory is a question that her correspondence answers obliquely but consistently. She missed Potemkin when he was away. She wrote him letters of considerable emotional intensity throughout the 1780s, and when he died in 1791, unexpectedly of illness, on a road in what is now Moldova, travelling toward the negotiations that he hoped would end the Second Russo-Turkish War. She was, by multiple accounts, devastated in a way that went beyond the loss of a political ally. She wept for days. She told her secretary that she had no replacement for him. She said, in a phrase that has survived in the historical record, that he was the most extraordinary man I've ever known. Potemkin died with his boots on, which is to say that he died in the middle of doing the thing he did, governing, negotiating, building, managing the enormous complexity of the Southern project, travelling to meetings that needed to happen, and having conversations that needed to be had. He was 52, which is not old even by 18th century standards, and the evidence suggests that decades of erratic sleep, unconventional diet, sustained stress, and the specific physical demands of military command had done what those things generally do over time. His death left a gap in Catherine's governing structure that was never really filled. There were capable people around her. She had always attracted and cultivated capable people. But the specific combination of qualities that Potemkin brought, the particular texture of the partnership they had built over 17 years of shared work, was not replaceable because it had been constructed between two specific people through a specific history that could not be recreated. The last 5 years of Catherine's reign, from Potemkin's death in 1791 to her own in 1796, have a different quality than the decades before. Not less productive, not more chaotic, but different in the sense that a room has a different quality when the person who made it feel inhabited is no longer in it. The work continued, the administration functioned, the empire operated. But something had changed in the texture of things that the historical record captures only obliquely, in the altered tone of correspondence and the specific character of the decisions made and not made in those final years. What their partnership had produced in the aggregate was one of the more remarkable collaborative governing projects of the 18th century, an empress, and her closest advisor and former lover, building cities and winning wars and reforming. Institutions across 3 decades, each providing what the other lacked and the combination achieving things that neither would have managed alone. This is, when you step back from it, an unusual thing. The historical record is full of powerful rulers and their advisors. It is considerably less full of relationships that had both the personal depth and the professional scope of the Catherine-Potemkin partnership, where the intimacy and the governance were so thoroughly intertwined that separating them is essentially artificial. There is a myth worth dispatching here, because it persists with the stubbornness of untrue things that tell a satisfying story. The myth is that Potemkin's influence made Catherine weaker, that her emotional attachment to him was a vulnerability that her political opponents exploited, that a clearer separation between personal and professional life would have made her a more effective ruler. There is no credible evidence for this. The period of their most intensive partnership was also the period of the most consequential military and territorial expansion of her reign. The administrative organization of the Southern Territories, the management of the Turkish wars, the diplomatic framework that allowed Russia to expand without triggering a combined European response, all of this happened during, and partly because, of the partnership. Whatever its personal complexities, it worked, in the sense that genuinely important things were accomplished through it that might not otherwise have been accomplished at all. Catherine governed for 34 years. Potemkin was her partner for 17 of them, half her reign. Understanding her legacy without understanding that partnership is like reading every other chapter of a book and calling it a complete account. The cities on the Black Sea coast are still there. The legacy is real. The partnership that built it is one of the more interesting relationships in the history of power, and it remains, even now, somewhat difficult to categorize. Which is, perhaps, exactly as it should be. On the morning of November 17th, 1796, Catherine the Great suffered a stroke in her dressing room at the Winter Palace and never regained consciousness. She died the following evening at the age of 67, having spent the previous day in a coma on the floor of her study, a floor she had presumably not intended to spend an extended period on, but which proved to be her final resting place, before her attendants could move her somewhere more ceremonially appropriate. This is the kind of death that would strike most people as undignified, but Catherine had never particularly valued the kind of dignity that required other people's cooperation to maintain. There is something fittingly untheatrical about an ending that had no time for ceremony. She had been working that morning, reading dispatches, writing correspondence, beginning the ordinary business of a day that turned out not to be ordinary. This is either poignant or entirely consistent with who she was, depending on how you think about it. A woman who had spent 34 years of relentless governing activity was not the kind of person who was going to spend her last morning on earth in contemplative reflection on the meaning of her life. She was going to be at her desk, naturally. The Russia she left behind was, in the most literal and measurable sense, a significantly larger country than the one she had inherited in 1762. The borders had moved in essentially every direction where movement had been strategically feasible. The population within those borders had grown substantially, both through the high birth rates that characterized the agricultural economy and through the incorporation of new territories with their existing populations. The military was larger, better organized, and more experienced than the force that had existed at the beginning of her reign. The navy, which barely existed as a meaningful strategic instrument when she took the throne, had won actual naval battles in actual seas at actual distances from its home ports, and was now a genuine component of Russian strategic power with the institutional memory that actual victories produce. These are the facts that appear in the summary paragraphs of history textbooks, and they are true and significant. But they are not the whole story, and trying to reduce a 34-year reign to territorial measurements produces something that is accurate as far as it goes and fundamentally incomplete in ways that matter. So let's take the time this final chapter deserves and examine what was actually left behind, the institutions, the cultural inheritance, the changed international position, the specific ways Russia in 1796 differed from Russia in 1762, and then let's talk about the myths, which are their own kind of legacy and deserve their own serious treatment. The institutional inheritance was, in many respects, the most durable component of what Catherine built. The provincial administrative system she reformed in 1775 continued to function as the basic structure of Russian territorial governance for decades. The educational institutions she founded, the Smolny, the academies, the reformed secondary school network, continued producing graduates long after she was gone, graduates who carried the specific values and expectations that her educational program had been designed to instill. The Hermitage collection became, under subsequent management and expansion, one of the genuinely great cultural repositories on earth, precisely because the foundation Catherine assembled was of sufficient quality and scale that later editions could build on something solid. The Free Economic Society continued its practical agricultural and economic inquiries. The Academy of Sciences carried on in more organized form. The chartered cities of the Black Sea coast, Kherson, Sevastopol, the settlement that would become Odessa, grew into major commercial and strategic centers that shaped Russian and Ukrainian economic development through the following century. These are not trivial legacies. Institutions that outlast their founders by generations are, in the most practical sense, doing something right. Catherine's institutions survived because they were built on genuine social needs, rather than simply on her personal enthusiasm. The cultural legacy is harder to put precise numbers on, but equally real. The Hermitage is the most immediately visible piece of it, over 3 million objects in a complex of buildings that became one of the defining architectural landmarks of St. Petersburg, housing a collection that includes some of the most significant works of Western European art ever assembled in a single place. This exists because a German princess arrived in Russia in 1744, and decided, among many other things, that art mattered and that Russia should have considerably more of it. The causal chain between that decision and the museum that millions of contemporary visitors explore is long and involves many subsequent contributions. But it starts there, and the starting point matters. Less visible but equally consequential is the intellectual legacy, the networks of educated people that Catherine's schools produced, the reading public that her support for publishing and translation helped create, the scientific and scholarly community that the Academy sustained. These were the people who would, in the 19th century, participate in the cultural flowering that produced Pushkin, Gogol, Tolstoy, and the entire tradition of Russian literature that the world came to regard as one of its great inheritances. The connection is not mechanically direct, but it is real. A society that has invested for decades in education and cultural institutions produces different human possibilities than one that has not, and Catherine's Russia was producing those possibilities in ways that her predecessors had not consistently managed. The international position of Russia in 1796 was, by any fair assessment, dramatically more secure and more respected than it had been in 1762. Not simply in terms of territory, though that was part of it, but in terms of how Russia was regarded and treated by the other powers. The Russia that Catherine inherited was a significant military force that was behaving erratically, and that Western European courts tended to view with a mixture of wariness and condescension, powerful enough to be concerning in the immediate neighbourhood, not quite integrated into the European state system as a fully legitimate participant. The Russia that Catherine left was something categorically different, a power that other states had to genuinely plan around, whose alliances were worth having and whose opposition was genuinely costly, whose Empress had conducted sustained intellectual correspondence with the leading minds of the continent, and whose cultural institutions could bear comparison with Western equivalents without obvious embarrassment. This transformation was partly military. The Turkish wars produced results that were convincing precisely because they were demonstrated rather than simply proclaimed. But it was also substantially cultural and diplomatic. The reputation of enlightened governance, however imperfectly realized in practice, genuinely changed how Russia was perceived internationally. Frederick the Great had spent years treating Russia as a temporary problem to be managed through tactical maneuvering. By the end of Catherine's reign, no serious European statesman was making that kind of dismissal, because the evidence against it was too considerable. Before we get to the myths, and we absolutely will get to the myths because they are too instructive and occasionally too ridiculous to skip, let's spend a moment with something that tends to get compressed in the grand narrative sweep of Catherine built the Hermitage and won wars, the texture of what her governing actually felt like to the people around her, not just the people reading about it 2 centuries later. Contemporary accounts of Catherine as a working ruler have a remarkably consistent quality that is worth noticing. The people who dealt with her directly, diplomats, officials, courtiers, foreign visitors who were granted audiences, almost universally noted 2 things. First, that she was more prepared than they expected. Not in a polished presentation way, but in a genuinely has read the documents, genuinely thought about the problem way. Second, that she was easier to talk to than her position would have required her to be. She asked questions. Real questions, the kind where the asker actually wants to know the answer rather than wanting to demonstrate that they could ask it. She remembered things from previous conversations. She knew details about the situations of people she met that suggested she had paid attention, specifically to them rather than simply processing them as one more audience in a long schedule. This quality, of genuine specific attention, is not as common as one might hope in people who hold significant power for extended periods. The mechanisms of court and government tend, over time, to create distance between powerful people and accurate information about reality, because the people who bring information have strong incentives to bring the version that the powerful person wants to hear. Catherine appears to have maintained throughout her reign a relatively strong connection to actual reality, partly through the variety and volume of her reading and correspondence, partly through the specific quality of curiosity that had been part of her character since her earliest years in Russia, and partly through a kind of disciplined empiricism that showed up consistently in the way she engaged with new information. This doesn't mean she was always right. She made significant errors of judgment during her reign. The relationship with her son Paul, which deteriorated into something genuinely damaging to both of them, is perhaps the most personally costly. Various diplomatic misjudgments, the management of the Pugachev aftermath in ways that stabilize the immediate situation while leaving the underlying tension untouched. These are real failures that a fair account includes. But the pattern of genuine engagement with the world as it actually was, rather than as official reports and court ceremony presented it, that was a real quality of her governing, and it accounts for a significant portion of why the reign produced what it produced. You cannot run a serious reform program if your information about the existing situation is systematically distorted. You cannot make effective military and diplomatic decisions if you are primarily receiving comfortable summaries rather than actual data. Catherine was, by the evidence of how she actually worked rather than how she presented herself, a person who wanted to know real things, who found accurate information more useful than flattering information, and who maintained that preference with some consistency across a very long period of holding power. This is regrettably rarer than it should be. It was rarer still in the 18th century, when the social and institutional structures surrounding royal authority were specifically designed to filter information through layers of intermediaries who had every reason to manage what reached the top. That Catherine navigated this filtering with as much success as she did tells you something real about the quality of her attention and the persistence of her curiosity throughout her life. Now let's talk about the myths. Because the mythology around Catherine is, in its way, as significant as any of the institutional components of her legacy, and it has been consistently more entertaining to general audiences, though considerably less accurate. The collection of stories that accumulated around Catherine during her lifetime and in the 2 centuries following her death represent one of history's more instructive examples of how powerful women get mythologized into shapes that serve other people's purposes. The specific content varies, but the underlying pattern is remarkably consistent. Take a woman who did things that were extraordinary, incomprehensible, or threatening to various established orders, and explain them through a narrative that reduces her to her sexuality, her irrationality, or her corruption. This pattern has been applied to women of power across many historical periods. Catherine received a particularly concentrated version of it. The most famous myth is the one about the horse. We might as well address it directly, because avoiding it is its own form of dishonesty, and because it has been repeated often enough that not discussing it would leave a noticeable gap. The claim is false. It was invented while she was still alive and politically active, in French political pamphlets produced by people who had very specific reasons to discredit her, and it has no credible historical foundation. The documented account of her death, the stroke, the coma, the floor of the study, has nothing in it that supports any such story. The myth survived because it was vivid, because it confirmed anxieties about female sexuality and female power that people in the 18th century found it convenient to maintain, and because false stories that are sufficiently dramatic require active correction to dislodge while passive credulity simply passes them along. Catherine's actual romantic life, covered in some detail earlier in this series, was, by the standards of 18th century European royalty, not particularly remarkable in scope. European courts of this period were not, it must be said, monasteries. Louis XV of France maintained a rotating selection of official mistresses with organisational efficiency that might have impressed a modern scheduling assistant. Peter the Great, Catherine's revered predecessor, had ended his first marriage by imprisoning his wife in a convent, which is not typically included in summaries of his enlightened approach to governance. The idea that a woman exercising the same personal autonomy that male rulers exercised routinely was uniquely scandalous is, on examination, not a comment about Catherine's behaviour. It is a comment about the standards being applied to women in positions of power. The sexually focused mythologizing served a political function that was quite clear to contemporaries who bothered to think about it carefully. Catherine was a woman who had seized the throne of a major empire, governed it competently for decades, won wars, built institutions, conducted sophisticated diplomacy, and produced a record of achievement that invited uncomfortable comparisons with male rulers who had not matched it. Reducing her legacy to her romantic life, making the story about her bedroom rather than her governing record, was a way of managing those uncomfortable comparisons by changing the subject. This strategy is still being employed, in various updated forms, in popular culture treatments of her story, which should tell us something about the persistence of certain social anxieties across 3 centuries. The other major category of myth involves the sincerity of her Enlightenment commitments, specifically the tendency, in certain historical traditions, to present Catherine as a purely cynical operator who deployed philosophical rhetoric as a cover for straightforward autocratic expansion, with no genuine engagement with the ideas she expressed. This is the opposite error from the hagiographic version that presents her as a philosophically pure queen of reason, whose every action was guided by principle. Both extremes are more comfortable to work with than the reality, which is that she held genuine philosophical commitments and was also a pragmatic autocrat, and these 2 dimensions coexisted in permanent tension throughout her reign without either, one simply eliminating the other. The evidence against the purely cynical reading is, as we've seen across this entire series, substantial. The variolation campaign was a real public health intervention, conducted at genuine personal risk. The Smolny produced real women with real educations who changed what was expected of them and what they expected of themselves. The provincial reform reorganized governance with intentions that were genuine even when imperfectly realized. The Hermitage was built and remains. These are not performances. They are the residue of someone who meant what she said, at least partially and in specific domains, and acted on it accordingly. That genuine philosophical commitment coexists with the serf system, with the Pugachev aftermath, with the Polish partitions, with the various places where practical calculation overrode stated principle. Both things are true. The serious historical task is not to decide which one represents the real Catherine, but to understand how both were simultaneously present in the same person, governing the same empire, which is harder to think through and considerably more illuminating. The selective myth-making around Catherine's legacy has one more dimension worth noting: the way she's been deployed in arguments about Russian national identity and subsequent history. She was, as we've discussed extensively, a German-born woman who transformed herself into someone Russia came to regard as genuinely its own. The story of this transformation has been used in various eras of Russian political thought to illustrate different things about what Russia is and what it is capable of. The emphasis shifts depending on who is telling the story and for what purpose. The Catherine who built the Hermitage and corresponded with European philosophers serves one set of arguments. The Catherine who annexed Crimea and expanded Russian territory southward serves another. The real Catherine, who did all of these things and remains more complicated than any single argument can contain, tends to get somewhat misplaced in the process. This misplacement is not unique to Catherine. It is what happens to historically significant figures generally when they become symbols. The symbol starts doing political work that the actual person never agreed to do, and the actual person gets progressively harder to see. One of the consistent tasks of serious historical writing is to push back against this process, to insist on the specificity and the complexity of actual people and actual events against the flattening pressure of symbolic use. There is a broader point worth making here about what Catherine's story tells us about the specific difficulties that accompany female exercise of power across historical periods. Not in the abstract theoretical sense, we've touched on that throughout this series, but in the very concrete and specific sense of what it costs, what it requires, and what it produces. Catherine spent the first 18 years of her life in Russia in a position of essentially no formal power, building the capabilities and the connections that would eventually make the transition to formal power possible. No male heir in any European dynasty of the period was required to do anything remotely similar. A male heir in Catherine's position would have inherited power through a recognised process, with institutional support and a clear succession, without having to earn the throne through a decade and a half of patient political groundwork. The additional labour that Catherine performed, learning the language, converting her faith, cultivating the guards, managing the Orloff network, waiting through years of a genuinely difficult marriage, was labour that was required of her specifically. Because she was a woman attempting something that the institutional structure of the empire she was entering had not been designed to accommodate. This additional labour is not simply interesting biographically, it shaped the kind of ruler she became. The patience, the ability to read complex social situations accurately, the disciplined restraint about when to act and when to continue waiting. These qualities were not simply innate personality traits that happened to be useful in politics. They were capacities that had been developed through a specific kind of sustained necessity that her male counterparts did not face in the same form. The difficulty of her path to power was not separate from the quality of her governing. It was part of what produced it. This is not an argument that adversity always produces strength. It very often doesn't, and the romantic notion that suffering automatically generates wisdom has caused considerable historical mischief. It is a more specific observation about Catherine specifically, that the particular challenges she faced, and the way she engaged with them rather than being destroyed by them, produced a ruler with specific capabilities that were directly traceable to the specific difficulties she had navigated. The governing quality was built from the same material as the personal difficulty. They were the same experience, running in parallel. Understanding this dimension of her story, the connection between the difficulty of her path and the quality of what she built, is, I think, one of the most genuinely interesting things about the Catherine the Great narrative. Not because it provides a simple lesson, but because it complicates the simple lessons. It resists both the version that treats her extraordinary achievement as a product of some natural genius that would have produced the same results under any conditions, and the version that treats her as a symbol of what women can achieve despite obstacles. Both of those versions flatten something that is more real and more instructive in its full form. She was a specific person in a specific historical situation who made specific choices with specific consequences and who produced a specific record. That record is extraordinary in ways that are genuinely extraordinary and complicated in ways that are genuinely complicated, and it belongs to the history of the world in a way that cannot be reduced to a single lesson or a single symbol or a single satisfying summary. So, what does it actually mean to be great in the sense that Catherine the Great was great? This question is sharpened by her story precisely because her greatness was so thoroughly mixed with failure, with moral compromise, with the specific costs and cruelties of imperial expansion, with the contradictions of enlightenment. Rhetoric deployed over a serf economy. It is easy to call someone great when their record is clearly admirable by both contemporary and modern standards. It is considerably harder when the record is this complicated. One answer, defensible though not the only one, is that greatness in the historical sense means the production of consequences that outlast the individual and that represent, on balance, a meaningful development in some domain of human experience, compared to what existed before. By this standard, Catherine's case is strong. The Russia she left was more institutionally developed, more internationally capable, more culturally active, and more administratively organized than the Russia she inherited. The specific things she built continued to generate value for generations. The territorial acquisitions, whatever their human costs, shaped the region's subsequent development in ways that remain visible in the map of the world today. The intellectual and cultural investments she made contributed to possibilities that bore fruit long after her death. This is, by any reasonable accounting, a significant legacy. It was built by someone who was simultaneously capable of governing a serf economy without meaningful structural reform, of participating in the partition of a neighbouring state, of maintaining studied ambiguity about the most consequential act of her rise to power. These things coexist. They have to coexist if you're going to engage honestly with the historical record because they are all parts of the same record. The alternative, selecting the admirable parts and constructing a monument, or selecting the troubling parts and constructing an indictment, is easier and less truthful. Catherine deserves the harder engagement, which is to say the honest one, which requires holding all of it simultaneously and resisting the urge to simplify. She was, by the evidence, someone of extraordinary ability deployed across an extraordinary range of activities for an extraordinary length of time, in circumstances that would have been challenging for anyone and that were specifically challenging for someone of her origins and her gender. She made choices that were sometimes genuinely admirable, sometimes deeply compromised, and often simultaneously both. She built things that lasted and other things that didn't. She corresponded with the finest minds of her era, and governed a country whose social foundations those minds were intellectually committed to dismantling. She was, in the end, the full and complicated human being that the history of 34 years of governing a major empire requires, not the simplified symbol that either the admiring or the critical tradition has tended to produce. The German girl from Anhalt-Zerbst, who arrived in Russia in the winter of 1744, reading a letter in a minor German court that offered her something genuinely extraordinary and genuinely dangerous, she became great in the sense that the word actually means when you strip away its decorative uses. She made a difference, A large, complicated, contested, morally ambiguous, intellectually serious, institutionally real, territorially permanent difference. The word great is attached to her name because she earned it, not because it was given to her, and the earning happened through the specific combination of intelligence and stubbornness and patience and nerve and genuine sustained labour that we've been following through this entire series. She was not a perfect person. She was not even a consistently admirable one. She was a magnificent one, which is different and in some ways more interesting, and which is probably the most honest single word available for what she was. That is the legacy. That is what it means, in Catherine's case, to be great. One last thing before we close the chapter, literally and figuratively. The question of how history remembers people, and whether that memory does justice to the full complexity of who they were, is one that this entire series has been implicitly circling. Catherine is a particularly sharp case because the distance between the historical person and the popular image is so large, and because the mechanisms by which that distance was created are fairly visible if you look for them. The sexual scandal myths, the horse story, the reduction of a 34-year governing record to a series of romantic anecdotes, all of this had specific authors with specific motivations, and understanding those motivations tells you something. Important not just about Catherine, but about how power and gender interact across historical periods. But there is a more optimistic dimension of the same question. When serious historians have engaged with Catherine's actual record, and there has been genuinely excellent historical scholarship on her, some of it in the last few decades as archives have opened and methodologies have improved, what they have consistently found is someone more interesting and more substantial than the mythology allows. The letters between Catherine and Potemkin, recovered from archives and properly studied, reveal a relationship of genuine intellectual depth and emotional complexity that the favourite framework cannot contain. The Nakaz, read as a real philosophical document rather than as decoration, shows engagement with legal and political theory that holds its own comparison with contemporary European political writing. The provincial reform, examined in its actual implementation rather than its announced intention, shows real administrative improvement that affected the lived experience of people in the Russian provinces for generations. The genuine Catherine keeps emerging from behind the mythological one, and she keeps turning out to be more interesting than the myth. This is, in the long view, the way history tends to work with significant figures. The myths serve immediate purposes, they comfort, they warn, they reassure, they threaten, they do the social work that myths do. But they are not durable in the way that the actual record is durable, and over time the actual record accumulates more weight than the most colourful false story. What Catherine's story ultimately tells us, when you follow it all the way through and take it seriously in its full complexity, is something about the specific combination of intelligence and will that it takes to produce historical consequences of real magnitude. Not genius in the isolated sense. She was brilliant. But brilliance alone doesn't build empires or found cities or reform provincial administration. It takes sustained effort over sustained time, the willingness to do the difficult thing when the easy thing is available, the capacity to maintain a long-term project through the various setbacks and complications that always arise, and the specific quality of nerve that allows a person to act decisively when the outcome is genuinely uncertain. Catherine had all of these things, deployed across all the domains her position required: military, diplomatic, administrative, cultural, intellectual, personal. The combination, over 34 years, produced the record we've been examining in this series. That record is, whatever its complications, one of the more remarkable governing performances in the documented history of the world. She was, in the end, exactly what her title claimed: great. And with that, we've reached the end of our journey through one of history's most extraordinary lives. We started in that minor German court in 1744, a 14-year-old girl in a world that had essentially no expectations for her, reading a letter that was about to change everything. We've travelled through the transformation into Catherine, through the marriage that was a battlefield, through the building of a network and the execution of a coup, through the wars and the reforms and the Hermitage and the Pugachev rebellion and the Potemkin partnership and 34 years of the hardest kind of work there is. It is by any measure a story worth knowing, worth sitting with, worth thinking about for a while after the screen goes dark. If you've made it this far, if you're still here with me at whatever hour it is where you are, in whatever corner of the night you've settled into, thank you. You've given real time to a real story, and that matters more than I can easily say. Drop a comment before you close your eyes. Tell me what surprised you most. Tell me which part of Catherine you're still thinking about. Tell me what time it is where you are, and then let yourself rest. Good night. Sweet dreams.